Cek 1 2 3 tes 1. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Seminar, Triangular Collaboration in Elderly Care, Academia, Industry, and Community for Sustainable Aging Solutions. My name is Asri Kirana, a final year student of Social Welfare Studies, and I am honored to be your Master of Ceremony for today. Today, we will dive into inspiring discussions, hear from our keynote speaker, and meet our panelists from different institutions and countries who will share their insights. Before we start, may I kindly invite everyone to rise for the Indonesian national anthem? Thank you, everyone. You may all sit down. Once again, welcome to today's event. We hope the seminar will not only give you new perspectives, but also inspire collaboration beyond this room. To officially open our event, we are honored to invite Dr. Sari Pisyawati Mahdum, Head of Department of Social Welfare, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are blessed to be here in this opportunity to be in this important, significant seminar on triangular collaboration in elderly care, academia, industry, and community for sustainable aging solution. Ladies and gentlemen, these themes brings back memories from my undergraduate years at university. At the time, the lecturer, Ibu Kunci, Ibu Sri Kuntari Ludiro, discussed about the nursing home. At the time, I was wondering, why should elderly, like my own parents, my mother, my father, have to stay in nursing home? And I always hoped to care for my parents in our own home, our own house. And I was very grateful that I had the chance to do so. However, compared to 20 years ago, 10 years ago, things now are very different. So I agree with what the steering committee has said, that family life now has changed. The society has changed, and technology is everywhere in our daily life. So I think this is important, why we need to think together about the best way to take care of our elderly in the future. Or maybe in other words, we need to think together about the best way how to take care of for ourselves in the future. So I would like to thank to Professor Dr. Semiarto Adi Purwanto, Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi, Prof. Bambang Shergilaksmono, who have kindly made your time in your very busy schedules to be with us today and allowing us to hold this important topic in this seminar. And I would also like to thank Arunala Institute, Bapak Dr. Rudi Kaharudin Gobel, Ibu Dia, and others for initiating this discussion and for inviting an important expert, Mr. Hayato Mori, LLM, the CEO of Mori Kosan Company, so that we can also get a comprehensive perspective, not only from the academician, but also the industry sector. And of course, I really appreciate to Professor Karen Healy and Associate Professor Maree Petersen. Thank you for being part of this seminar. And as we know, this seminar actually part of a series of activities between Department of Social Welfare, Universitas Indonesia, and the University of Queensland. So we hope this collaboration will continue and grow into something bigger and sustainable. I would also like to thank Bapak Dr. Puji Pujiono, the chairman of Indonesian Association of Professional Social Workers, for taking the time to be with us today. And I hope our discussion can bring meaningful contribution to the development of social workers, especially in Indonesia and the wider community. Last but not least, on behalf of Department of Social Welfare, FISIP UI, I would like to thank you to Associate Professor Johanna Deborah Imelda for your great ideas and effort in organizing this seminar. Would you please stand for a moment? Yeah, thank you very much. And also Mr. Sri Harjanto Adi Pamungkas. Ada Mr. Pam, Mas Pam, okay. Please stand up. Thank you. Yeah. Davin Yuswa Budianto, the chairman of M.Kes FISIP UI. Davin, are you here? Okay, thank you. And also Najla Fairuz Huwaida, the vice chair of M.Kes. And also my friends from M.Kes, yeah, thank you very much for your support, which made it possible for this event to be held. Thank you for everyone here and online on Zoom meeting for joining us. I'm sorry because I cannot mention you all by name. So dear colleagues and friends, in this era, technology is not only for efficiency, but also must serve humanity. So elderly care is not only about services and systems, but also about values, about dignity and solidarity across generations. I hope this seminar will give us new knowledge, new networks, and also inspirations for real solutions in our society. With Bismillah, I officially open this international seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sari, for that thoughtful and encouraging speech. Now, to set the scene for today's discussion, we are pleased to welcome Professor Dr. Semiarto Aji Purwanto, Dean of the Faculty, to deliver his keynote address.
Selamat pagi teman-teman semua, Prof. Isbandi, Pak Rudi Gobet, Mbak Debbie, Mbak Sari, teman-teman semua dari Departemen S.Sos. I was supposed to give this speech in English, mohon maaf sekali. Jadi ini seminar internasional, jadi saya akan deliver dari saya dalam bahasa Inggris. Well, there's a bit change in the title, but it's mostly cover the idea of issues and challenges toward developing a comprehensive elderly care system in Indonesia and the Asia Pacific. I would like to a bit revise this title by Aging with Dignity, a cultural perspective, care system, and policy direction. And distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is a great honor actually to address you today on a matter that concerns not only Indonesia but also the world at large. The reality of an aging population and the urgent need to prepare for it. By 2030, but the year of 2030, Indonesia will join the ranks of aging society with more than 15% of our citizens aged 60 or above. This shift actually will reshape our health system, economies, family, and communities. So this time will come very soon actually. Aging, however, is not just a demographic number. It is deeply rooted in cultural, social, and political system, and how societies treat their elderly reflect their values, their priorities, and their vision of human dignity, as also mentioned by Mbak Sari earlier. And across Asia, particularly in Indonesia, Taiwan, and Japan, family has long been the cornerstone of elder care. It is considered a filial duty for children to care for their parent in old age. In these societies, old age is traditionally seen as a stage where elders remain integrated in the household, respected for their wisdom, and supported by their children. By contrast, in many Western countries, for example, elderly can has been elderly has been more institutionalized. Nursing homes, professional care facilities are common, reflecting a cultural orientation toward individual independence. And older adults may live separately, often by choice, but also shaped by a societal structure that prizes autonomy or interdependence. Neither model is perfect. I could say that neither the traditional Asian, Eastern values or Western is perfect. The Asian models, while rooted in solidarity, is under pressure from urbanizations, migration, and the shrinking size of household. The Western model, though professionalized, often raises concern about loneliness and the commodification of care. And it teaches that there is no single natural way to age. Elder care practices are culturally constructed, shaped by values, economic resources, and policy environment. I guess we will also talk a lot about this policy implication during this event. And in Indonesia today, we see both continuity and change. Traditional family-based system remains strong, but they are increasingly fragile. Many adult children now migrate for work, leaving elderly parents alone. This gives to two phenomena, which is elderly abuse and elderly singleton, adults that live by themselves without daily family support. This reality requires us to rethink elder care. Families cannot be the sole providers for caring the elders in the modern era. At the same time, transferring responsibility entirely to institutions is not aligned with our cultural values of economic capacity. What we need is a hybrid system. It's a mixed system between the traditional Asian values and the modern Western practices, which allow us to respect family while at the same time also embracing professional care, community-based services, and state support. One critical element in this hybrid system is the role of professional caregiver. Yeah. Across Asia, there is a growing reliance on trained individuals who provide home-based or facility-based care. These caregivers, often women, sometimes migrant workers, fill the gaps when families cannot do the elderly care. And I'm really glad that the Department of uh, Social Work has already prepared kind of professional program, yeah, for the social worker that also include this elderly care system. And I should say that we are now entering the era of industry when the elderly care is also cannot avoid from this trend of industry. And this brings us to the importance of collaboration actually. No single sectors, neither family, state, nor market can address the challenges of aging alone. We must strengthen a triangular collaboration, yeah, academia, industry, and community for sustain this elderly caring idea. From the academia, we can expect that they will produce evidence-based research on aging, testing models of care, and evaluating their impact. While from the industry, we should expect the innovation, resources, and technological solution that can support aging in place and improve quality of life. While from the community, it is expected that they can provide the cultural and social context that ensures intervention are relevant, accepted, and sustainable. And where's the roles of government? Yeah, this uh, synergy of the three sectors is important, but the role of government is indeed very much needed. And I see that when we talk about government roles in these issues, I think we need to see the three, let's say the three main issue. The first is the government should very much emphasize on the health issues, strengthening geriatric services, preventive care, and accessible health coverage. While at the same time, the second issues, they should provide kind of social protection, ensuring the pension and safety nets protect older adults from poverty and exclusion. And the third, uh, we also would like to expect the government to have a scheme for active participation, encouraging older adults to remain socially and economically engaged, contributing their skills and wisdom to society. Well, actually, we have to think about our Indonesian government today. Some of the steps that have been taken, fortunately, has already shown that actually the government has stepped toward to a national strategy for aging. But I think we do need some uh, kind of encouragement and appreciation for this initiative. Indonesia is not alone in this journey. Countries across Asia and the West are grappling with similar situation, similar question. And what makes Indonesia unique is its ability to combine strong cultural tradition of family care with innovative community-based model. We have the opportunity to show that developing countries can lead in designing elder care systems that are sustainable, culturally resonant, and socially inclusive. And Indonesia, again, I would really hope that this meeting would come up with some idea, come up with some strategy how to develop this kind of more adaptive, more culturally sound, but at the same time, more community-based model for the elderly care. And looking ahead, actually, I propose some question. Maybe would like also to participate actually in this event. So I think I will leave some question to be discussed. Hopefully, it also become your concern. The first is that cultural sensitivity in elderly care. Yeah, uh, uh, we really need to recognize that care must respect tradition of family solidarity while also adapting new realities. You know that we are all in Indonesia as well in some Asian country. We talk about Pacific, uh, Asia Pacific region. Some of the society are really have a very strong cultural ties, cultural social ties. So having a cultural sensitivity in elder care should be needed first. And the second is professionalization of caregiving. Again, my appreciation for the Department of Social Work who has initiated a special program. Is it a special program? What we call a profession program to produce social workers to include these issues of elder care. And the third is how to integrate the industry's innovation with the idea of cultural sensitivity, with the idea of the community-based elder care. And the last, again, we need the policy framework for dignity to put our elder generation in a place that, yes, we should have him not just respect, but also we have to give him a chance to continue their life in a happy and well-being situations. Yeah. And at the heart of this direction is the principle of, again, healthy aging and well-being. It is not enough to live longer. We must live better. It must be accompanied by dignity, independence, and social connection. With this, I would like to end my speech, and I really hope that our academic meeting in this academic meeting, we'll have a fruitful discussion, and we'll come up with some valuable initiative. Again, thank you very much. Selamat pagi, morning.
What an eye-opening keynote from you, a token of appreciation. With this, we would like to invite Dr. Sari Fisyawati Mahdum to hand over the certificate. Once again, thank you so much, Professor, for reminding us how important it is to work together to create sustainable aging solutions. Now, before we proceed, let's capture this moment together. We would like to invite everyone for a group photo. For the documentation team, you may lead the process. Please stand up, everyone, for a photo. All right, everyone. Now we are ready to begin our first session. The title of the first session is Issues and Challenges Towards Developing a Comprehensive Elderly Care System in Indonesia and the Asia Pacific region. Now, please welcome our moderator for the first session, Dr. Niluh Putu Matrira Agastya, and our distinguished panelist, Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi from University of Indonesia, Dr. Maree Petersen from the University of Queensland, and Dr. Rudi Kaharudin Gobel from Arunala Institute. Please welcome to the stage.
No, Pak Rudi, please take the stage. Anywhere. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to this international conference. My name is Agus, and I'll be moderating the first session for today. As the MC have introduced, there will be 3 speakers today. We have here 2 of the speakers, Dr. Rudi Gobel and Professor Isbandi. And we also have Associate Professor Maree Petersen, who is joining us online from the University of Queensland. The topic that we will discuss today is to discuss deeply about issues and challenges towards developing comprehensive elderly care system in Indonesia and the Asia Pacific region. I will briefly read the bio of all of our speakers who will be presenting today. And then I will give, Pak Rudi, we would give the opportunity for you to start first, to introduce Arunala, as well as to give us, because reading your presentation as well, you also have, we'll be presenting a bit about the situation in Indonesia and challenges as well. So we will start with Pak Rudi with that. And then we will go to Associate Professor Maree. And lastly, Professor Isbandi will provide and give us a framework. I'm not going to spill too much, but then to provide a conclusion of like what's the next steps as an opening to the next discussion that will take place later this afternoon to focus on policies directions. Okay, let me start with introducing all of our speakers for this morning. I will start with Dr. Rudi Kaharudin Gobel. Dr. Rudi has extensive consultancy expertise in Indonesia's public and business policy, particularly in orchestrating public-private infrastructure partnerships and crafting strategies for both private entities and government institutions. He has made significant contributions to public policy in Indonesia, not only in energy subsidy reforms, renewable energy initiative, but also in social protection, and his role spanning from policy formulation, advocacy, and aiding in policy execution. Pak Rudi has previously served as an expert staff member to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, as well as coordinator for the Subsidy Reform Initiative. I'm sorry. At the Secretariat of the National Team for the acceleration of poverty reduction, PNP2K, Pak Rudi, correct? Of the President's Office of the Republic Indonesia, Senior Manager in the Office of the Director of at the Aceh Nias Post-Tsunami Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Agency. And he also have served many positions as advisors for different United Nations agency, including UNDP and UNAIDS. Pak Rudi also holds a adjunct teaching position at UI with the School of Business and Management, as well with Bandung Institute of Technology, and also have been involved in developing the corporate university for a ministry in Indonesia as well. He has a master's degree in economics and Ph.D. in strategic policy from the University of Indonesia. So for this session, Parudi will deliver his presentation on how to introduce the issues and challenges in the demographic regarding the demographic population and bonus, but again, also to provided us with some interesting questions and insight on what could be, what are the issues and what can be done in related to this topic today of the relationships or collaborations between different stakeholders so that there will be productive and healthy aging society in Indonesia. Pak Rudi, I will give the time to you to start your presentation.
Thank you, Mbak. Is that okay if I'm delivering my presentations?
Please
Okay.
up, or you can also take the podium.
Okay, so thank you for the generous introductions. If you see the introductions being read, it gives impressions that most of my work portfolio coming from energy sectors, kind of things, yeah. But actually I spent like around 10 years working together with Ibu Dia, is our executive director at the Arunala Institute under the office of Vice President. We work in the social protections policy reform. So we involve in many social protections, and then that's also the main reason why I'm here, and then why then we co-found Arunala Institute. So yeah, I have many hats, but today I'm wearing my Arunala Institute and Foundation Indonesia's hat. I'm the co-founder and chair of Arunala Institute. The idea of Arunala Institute is basically pretty much aligned with Prof. Aji mentioned earlier, that we would like to support the development of the elder care system, that combine the Indonesian heritage of culture and also the professionalism. Yeah, that's basically the idea. And I noted, Professor Aji, your soundbite, you mentioned that it is, it's not only to live longer, but it's about how to live with a better quality of life. So that's basically the idea. And yeah, so I would like to take the opportunity first to explain about the, or to introduce Arunala. As you see, Arunala is a Sanskrit. And if we translate into English, Arunala is a light, illuminates, at the end of the day before the sun sets down. So that's the idea. The idea is that how we can make sure that people in the late life can still illuminate, living with dignity, living with shining, glowing kind of things. So the topic that we like to present is basically what we call as the concept of market-driven policies in elder care system. What is this all about? Wait, in the few slides more. So please, oh yeah, I have my my own. It's not working. So yeah, just help me. So yeah, Arunala Institute, we have a 4 area of works. Yeah, one is that. Can you go back in the first slide, please? There is a lag, yeah, because we use Zoom, so someone is operating from here, and then it has to go all the way to the Zoom server and then go back. Yeah. Can you go back to? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, good then. Yeah, so, yeah, this one is not working. Yeah, so, yeah, we work in the 4 areas. One is that public engagement and education about aging. So that's why we are here. we see, or I see a lot of young faces. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that when we talk about, aging issues, it always has something to do with you all. I explain to you later. We also work as a policy think tank in elderly. We work in the, working in the research with the idea is that to produce evidence-based policy to support the development of the elder care system. We do a lot of collaborations with the government, philanthropies, NGOs, and the last thing that we, aspire to do is to support the development of the market-driven business model for the elder care ecosystem. Yeah, that's what make Arunala unique to other institutions, because we aspire to support development of market-driven business model. Next slide, please. Not working again? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so I think we can skip this slide, because this slide is to prove that the collaboration that we have established. Yeah, and Professor Aji, if you see that, we have a Departemen Ilmu Kesejahteraan Sosial. Yeah, that's one of, we call it Sahabat Arunala, and then we plan to have a further collaborations, especially in the development of the care professional program. Next slide. Okay, I would like to start with the next slide, please. Yeah, I would like to start start to discuss with all the hype that we have now. Yeah, there are two jargons that everyone is talking about, including the government. Yeah, one is that demographic bonus, and the second one is that the Golden Indonesia 2045 atau Indonesia Emas 2045. There is a lot of misconceptions about the demographic bonus. Yeah, we hear that some of the government officials mentioned that we are going to entering, the demographic bonus. It's totally wrong. We are already in the demographic bonus, and then it will end very soon, in 2032. So 2032, the bonus demographics, and then we are starting what we call as an aging society. So when we talk about 2045, we are already past, the bonus demographic. Yeah, so bonus demographic is about everything today. It's not about everything in 2045. Because in 2045, basically, we are not only aging, but we are age society. Yeah, I'm older in 2045. So some of these, persons in the room. So the idea of connecting between the bonus demographic, and the Indonesia Emas 2045, the Golden Indonesia 2045, is that if you see the red box, the golden generations expected highly productive in 2045. The idea is that because almost 70% of our populations at this moment, consists of people at a very young age, between 10 to 35 years old. Yeah. The idea is that this group of age 10 to 35, in 20 years from now, they will be 20 to around 55. And 20 to around 55 is basically the peak age of productivity. So the idea is that in 2045, 70% or more Indonesian populations will consist of people with the expected highly productive group of age. So that's the idea of Indonesia Emas 2045. So if the government put a lot of investment of the younger generations, that would be a good idea. You know, I have my assistants just, went to the NYU. He got scholarship from LPDP, things like that. And the government put a lot of investment on the educations, which is good. Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah. But let me talk about the other side of the coin. I would like to talk about the other side of the coin. The tendency now is that we keep glorifying quantity over quality. You know, we glorifying the numbers. Yes, we do 70% of the total populations expected to be highly productive in 2045. Yeah, but the other side of the coin, there are two things. One is that, can you go back to the first slide, please? Yeah, to the slide. Yeah, that slide, that slide. Yeah. Okay, so the other side of coin, there are two things I would like to share, in this discussion. One is, yeah. I think you have to keep your finger away from the keyboard, unless okay, yeah. So one is that if you see the blue box, the peak productivity age group, yeah. Now, yeah, I'm part of that group, you know. So people who are already at their peak productivity, you know, yeah. In 20 years time from now, these people in the blue box will be joining the elderly. You know, now we have almost 30 million. And then in 2045, you know, what we expect is that double, yeah, the numbers of people, elderly people, you know, will be double, like 60 million. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is the other side of the coin of demographic bonus. You know, I might not be popular to share to you all of this, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not good to always glorifying numbers over quality, because in the group of 70% younger generations expected to be highly productive in 2045, 17.4% of them are part of NEET generations. NEET means not in educations, employment, or training, just simply do nothing, 70.4%. And number of poor elderly continues to rise, yeah, from 11.8%, yeah, to 19.5%. I think we display the not the updated slides, because I remember last time we changed the comma to dots. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm very observant. Because I spend like 2 or 3 sleepless nights just to prepare the presentation. So now, okay. So the other thing is that more than 30% of that bracket, people from 10 to 20 years old at this moment, 30% are stunted. And when we talk about stunting, is irreversible, is irreversible. It cannot be fixed, with the MBG program, for example. Yeah, once people, were born stunted, yeah, it's stunted. It's irreversible, 30%. The numbers that I quoted is basically numbers before the government, established or announced the stunting prevention as the government priorities back in 2018. Now the stunting prevalence go down around, 19%. We expect that it should be around 14%. That's the government target. Yeah. The other thing is that the fiscal pressures. If you see that, people saving less than what they owe, the household debt is 18%. Yeah. National household savings is less than that, 30% GDP. So it means that the productive age now, they do not save, so there is a discrepancy, between, saving and spending. And the other thing is that if you care about the inequality, then inequality in Indonesia remains high. It is still, the Gini ratio is still 0.388. 10 years ago, when the national statistic, announced the number of, Gini ratio, they used to use, only 2 decimals. Now they have to use 3 decimals because, the changes only happens in the third decimals. If we just make it 2 decimals and then it looks that, nothing happens. Okay, that's one thing. If you see on the, left box, that's the prerequisite for capitalizing demographic bonus. And I have to say that we are also far behind. All the metrics, like human development index, human capital index, labor force participation rate, labor force participation rate for women, people who work in informal sector, tax ratio to GDP. Basically, we are way below than the ideal metrics, except the human development index. The human development index, the ideal number is 0.7. Now we are 0.75. Okay, not that bad. But the other numbers, when you talk a human capital index, everything, basically we are lag behind. 60% of our younger generations working in informal sectors, meaning that they don't have access to social protections, they don't have access to any kind of sustainability kind of things. I have my mom-in-law, he was still, she's a retired telecom employee, and then up until today, she enjoys all the facilities, like going to the doctors, but that's not that kind of privilege, these younger generations will never, ever have again, because the industry has shifted, so people who will be working in the next 20 years now, will have a different style of working. People will work, mostly part-time here and there. People will mostly work in the informal sectors, things like that. So what I'm trying to say is that in 20 years from now, the 70% bracket, will struggle, for their own life. Okay, not to mention they have to take care the 60 million elderly. So I'm sorry, I'm not that confident, to let myself to be taken care by a 70% group of younger generations who will be struggling for their own life. That's the problem. That is why we need to accelerate the elder care system as soon as possible, to make sure that we are still in a good shape as a country. Next slide. Yes. Okay, so okay, the picture on the left side is my mom and dad. God, I miss them so much. They live in Manado. So in 2022, the picture was taken in 2022. It's a big smile. It was, after Lebaran, the family gathered in my house in Jakarta. They bought from Manado, in 2022, when this picture was taken, the numbers of elderly in Indonesia is around 29.3 million. So around 10%. Productive group age, including myself in that bracket, 190.98 million. So it's almost 70%. This is the profile in 2022. So if we see the dependency ratio, the comparison, between the number of elderly in 2022 and the number of productive group, in 2022 is 1 to 6.5. So it means that one elderly is to be supported by 6.5 younger or productive age. That is in 2022. Yeah. Sadly, my mom now, she lives with dementia. She needs care. Yeah. So I'm proud to say that I'm part of the sandwich generations. Yeah. And sadly to say is that my mom is part of the system. You know, my dad is a government officials. Yeah. Pensiun di 4A, you know, is part of the system. You know, what we are thinking is that the system, the problem at this point is that many of Indonesians, they are out of the system. So the idea is that how to make sure they are get into the system, into the social security system, the SJSN, the BPJS-TK, BPJS Kesehatan. You know, but I like to say that even people who are in the system are struggling, you know, because the system, they don't support diapers. The system, they don't support, 24 hours nursing. Yeah. They don't support all the out of pockets when people need extra care, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that even the system is not sufficient. Even the existing system is not sufficient. And see how it goes in 2045. In 2045, the elderly group will become 65 million, double from now. Yeah. And the productive group will be around 200 million. And if you see that the ratio, yeah, between productive group and the, elderly is 1 to 3.2. So it's double. So my fellow students, I would like to say that you will have a double burden than what I have at this point, you know. So today I'm with another 6.5 productive age to take care of one elderly. You will be only with 3.2 productive age to take care of one elderly. So it means that all the burden, yeah, will be doubled. Doubled, literally doubled. The other thing is that the 3.2 people who will be taking care of one elderly in 2045 will also be struggling because of the changes of the industry, because of the changes of the way we work, things like that, So it's really scary. Yeah. So if we talk about Indonesian Emas 2045 kind of things, bonus demographic kind of things, if we look at the other side of this coin, it's actually really, really scary. So I would like to take this opportunity to tell that, stop glorifying quantity over quality. Let's work together, collaborate together to make sure that we can increase the quality as soon as possible because the window is very short. In 2032, the bonus demographic will stop and we are starting to entering the aging society. I'm sorry I have to send you a bad news this morning, but this is basically the fact that not many people are actually aware of, so I hope my government also can see that way. Okay, sure. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I would like to skip this slide, so but you can read, in many books, yeah, that basically the so-called sandwich generations is actually socially created. It is passed by generations. Expectations is established, even though my dad never said that, you don't need to support us, but basically, without saying, he said that you need to support me. It's passed by generations because it's part of what we call as the social belief. We believe, and most of the countries, the third countries or developing countries, including Indonesia, yeah, where pension and social security are limited, parents often see their child, as a care support later on. Yeah, it's a belief. And if the younger generations do not do that, then, based on the social norm kind of things, we'll say that anak durhaka kind of things, So, yeah, that's another thing that we have to balance. So now, from our point of view, how the elderly care system should be developed, Yeah, we would like to introduce what we call as the market-driven approach. What makes market-driven approach difference? If you want to see the way of developing elder care system, at this point there are three ways of developing market elderly care system. One is that government-led initiative supported by the government. So the what do we call the rumah jompo kind of things. It's basically facilitated by the government. It's better. The challenge is that most of the qualities of the care developed by the government is substandard. It's insufficient. So that we see sending people to that facility is like punishing them, because that's so substandard, that's so insufficient. And it creates stigma, because of the facility is not good. If you send someone to not really good facility, so it's like you punishing the person, So if you are sending your parents, your elders, to that facilities, what will come in your mind is that you're punishing them, That's the problem that we are facing at this moment. Almost, I'm not saying all, but most of them, most of the facilities developed by the government are substandard. So that is why, we cannot rely on that, facility at this point, in terms of the quality and in terms of the quantity. The other thing is that charitable program, we see that a lot of NGOs, CSOs, philanthropies, they develop a program to take care of the elderly, to develop the, elder care system. But the problem is that it's also insufficient, even though the quality relatively better, but it is insufficient. We talk about 60 million elderly in 2045, so we need a massive care facility to take care of the 60 million individuals. And then the third system that we are proposing here basically is to develop a market-driven mechanism, which consists of two things, is that unlocking the demand, and the second thing is that to accelerate the supply, And then I'm happy to say that basically for some reasons, market Indonesia does really work, If you go to Karawang and then you see the San Diego Hills, for example, it's a very expensive cemetery, 1 meters, of the cemetery is 17.8 million rupiah, So it's basically tanah kuburan 17.8 million rupiah per meter square. So it means that, relatively, more expensive than some part of the, area in Indonesia, So market does really work, And the other thing is that here and there, we can see that there are care facilities that professionally develop, like Rukun Senior Living in Sentul, kind of things, But the problem is that in terms of numbers, they are still limited. And in terms of the, costs, it is still very, very expensive. How do we solve that problem? Next. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm operating myself. Yeah. What do we do to unlock the demand? One is that we need to raise awareness. That the current generations, not only you, my generations, have to be responsible to develop my own elder care system. Not to rely on my kid. I have only one kid, and then I aspire him to go abroad. So it's impossible to expect someone who is living far away from you and taking care of you. So the idea is that I have to find a place for myself. But the problem is that if I want to find that place for myself, it's not available at this point. The second is that it will be very expensive. If you go to Rukun Senior Living, for example, the cheapest room, it's 21 million rupiah per month without extra care. If you need an extra care, you talk about like 50 million rupiah per month, which is something that is very, very expensive, which average Indonesians cannot afford, But the problem is that if you need now and then you pay now, it will be very expensive. The idea is that how you pay now, with the current value, in financial, we understand the time value of money with the present value of money, and to get something that with the value of futures. That's basically the idea. The next is that generating evidence-based insight, challenging the stigma that sending to your elders, a loved one to care facility is not a sin. I myself, part of the sandwich generations, and I understand that family, they do not really have a capacity to care. Changing a diapers for elderly is totally different with changing with diapers with my baby boy. It's different. It requires skills, things like that. And you cannot sacrifice others, member of the family, and then to let them not doing or unlocking their potential just to stand still, to look after the elders. That's a problem. It's unfair. So that's the stigma that we need to, try to ease. Next is that advocating policy actions. On the other side, for the accelerate the supply, is that we would like to encourage more investment. So that is why we have Hayato Mori from Japan, so we can learn about how, investments can drive the development of elder care system in Japan, for example. Yeah. The other thing is that, we would like to develop a business model. I'll explain you in the next slide about what the business model that we expect. The other thing is that bring international business and practices. That's why we are here. We have Hayato Mori here, and then also involve the, so one day Arunala expect to also involve in the elder care business. So the key of the market-driven, elder care system development is to start early. So if I need the service now, and if I have to pay now, it will be very expensive, and it might not be available. It's a very simple economic rule. If you need now, there is a scarcity, and then it will be very expensive. So the idea is that how come if you pay now, for something that you expect to receive in the next 10, 15, 20 years time. So the business model that we are trying to develop is that, for example, I myself, I'm willing to have access to my elder care system later on, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, So the idea is that I can start to pay from now, like you have a housing loan kind of things, and at the end of the day, you will receive the care. And along the way, we need to have a development between the insurance, bank, property, and care service. The question is that, do we have that product or system at this moment? No, we don't have. We don't have. But other part of the countries, they do have, like in Japan, like in Canada, like in, for example, other part of Europe. So we are happy that one of our board member is Pak Wimbo Santoso. He's the former of the OJK, Indonesian Financial Authority institutions. So we talk about how we can encourage the bank and also insurance company to step in. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So basically, the idea is that we would like to start from the power group. Yeah. What the power group is that, let's start with people who have a purchasing power at this very moment, and then let them prepare, they buy their own facilities. And the next thing, we expect that we can have like spillover economy kind of things. We can discuss that later when we have more times,
Yeah. We
So,
want to have
yeah,
time for
I think I would like to
questions.
go all the way to the last slide. Yeah. Okay. Because since this is an academic forum, so I think it always good to see from the theoretical point of view. So the idea of market-driven elder care system is not baseless. Yeah. So there are at least 4 theories can explain, or become the theoretical framework of how this market-driven elder care system, the Indonesian case. One is that the capability approach. I think we know that it's a very famous theory. I used that theory for my PhD thesis. The idea is that freedom and choice. We have to give the opportunity for the elderly to have a freedom and choice, yeah, for their own, elder care system. I would like to have the freedom to choose my elder care system, but the problem is that the system do not provide that at this moment. So that is why we need to create that. The second is that life course theory. Life course theory explain that if you start early, if you prepare early, then at the end of the day, it will be even better. So that is why the idea of market driven is that you start now, you pay now for something that you expect, you receive in the next 20 years. The third theory is demographic transitions. This is one of the oldest theories, very old, 1945. Yeah, it tells about the four stages in demographic dynamics. The first stage is mortality high, fertility high, mortality also high. So that is why no significant growth of populations. The second is that mortality low, fertility increase. We see a lot of countries increase in terms of the numbers of populations. And then the third one is that fertility low, not because of disease, not because of things, but because of urbanizations. Younger generations prefer to become childless kind of things. And then at the end of the day, both are limited. Indonesia is in the third stage. Late third stage. Yeah, so that is why we are no longer, or the bonus demography is almost finished, because the mortality rate is actually still high, yeah, and the fertility rate will become lower because that the younger generations are mostly struggling, they think twice to have more children, just like what happens in Japan, for example. Yeah, so that is why I'm afraid, and I hope I'm wrong, that we are actually a little bit behind, if we see at this point to develop the elder care system, because we are already at the late stage 3 of the demographic transition. Last theory is that the social innovation and market creations, the idea of involving the system, banking, insurance kind of thing is part of the social innovation and market creations. Yeah. So back to the slide. I think it's part of the contributions to the academic group. This is the theoretical framework that explain how the market-driven elder care system can fit, to the Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we can continue with the discussion.
Thank you very much, Pak Rudi. Maybe just to let everyone know, for those who are here in the auditorium, as well for everyone's viewing from Zoom, as well from YouTube, we will have Q&A questions at the end after the presentations of all our 3 speakers. So please don't go. But thank you so much, Pak Rudi. Very eye-opening, I think, for the first presentations, because you've given us a very different perspective, a different take on how to look at the demographic bonus. The data you've shown us I think are very eye-opening, and I think it's a good start to challenge everyone to then think about what's next, what can we do. And you've also actually given some ideas. This system that you just introduced is also one of the solutions that you have proposed. Thank you so much. We will now continue to our second speaker, who is presenting from online, from Zoom. So we have Associate Professor Dr. Maree Petersen. She is an Associate Professor from the School of Nursing, Midwifery and Social Work from the Faculty of Health, Medicine and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Queensland. Hi there, Maree.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. It's probably a bit later towards the day, but hopefully you're still energized to present. Maybe just a brief introduction about Associate Professor Dr. Maree. Her research is focused on the recognition of the rights of older people to participate in healthy aging, such as to be housed well with access to community aged care services. Her work incorporates a number of themes, but central aim is to use research to improve the delivery of health and welfare services in the context of elder abuse, housing, homelessness, with particular emphasis on the intersection of the policy of housing, health, and income security necessary for ensuring well-being of elderly. So today we will hear from Associate Professor Maree on her insights, and as well as based from her research about the situations, the challenges, issues, as well as characteristics of the elderly care system in Australia, what are the policy directions, what are values related to elderly care in Australia, as well as how policies are implemented and the challenges. So this will, moving from the Indonesian perspective, we will go into understanding what's happening in our neighbor in Australia. But we believe that the next presentation will give us more insights on what are challenges and again, issues faced, but also to think about solutions as well, way to go to ensure that elderly care systems are inclusive and culturally appropriate and sensitive. We will give the time to you, Dr. Maree, to present. We have about 20 minutes for you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll share my screen now and hopefully that works.
Yes, it's working.
Can you give me a thumbs up if you're able to see my screen?
We don't know where the thumb's going, but yes, it's working.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah, yes, perfect. Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. I'm sitting here in Brisbane in Queensland, and I'm a social work academic with a teaching and research profile. My main focus in my research is on the rights of older people to have access to healthy ageing, particularly interested in older people who live in poverty, and housing is a big focus of mine as well, older people who are experiencing homelessness, which in Australia is largely to do with the cost of housing and people unable to afford their rent. Elder abuse is another big focus of mine, which I understand I'll talk to you when some of you come over next month. I've also, like Rudy, part of the sandwich generation, as well as an academic. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a daughter. I provide a lot of care for my mother and had provided a lot of care for my father, who died just the anniversary 8 years ago. So I'll touch on all those things as I talk about today. My brief to you today is just to give you an overview. So it will be quite descriptive. So just an overview of the aged care system within Australia, and also to talk about some of the challenges there. And I'm going to use my mother to help explain how the system works. This isn't my mother, but it's a woman who looks very much like her. I didn't have mum's permission to do it. So I've got someone who looks very much like her, so you've got a picture in your mind. The first point I would like to make, and this is an incredibly strong point and has been characterised here in Australia for, coming up to 50 years, is that older Australians want to live and age at home. That's the overwhelming situation that happens, and that's what everyone wants. And that also aligns with the policy focus. It's much, much cheaper for people to age at home, and it aligns with how our policy is designed as well. So to help understand how Australia's policy in aged care works, I just want to set up a little bit about my mum's situation and her concerns. So she's 91, she's about to turn 92. She lives in her own home, and she lives in a country town, about an hour and a half from where I live. She has always lived there. She grew up there, so she's got extended family there. She's got lots of friends, and she's involved in the church. She's got osteoporosis, which means she's quite bent over. She has heart conditions, and she's getting frail. She's independent with cooking, shopping. I've got question marks there because I help her a lot with those things when she is experiencing, you know, a thing that's happened a number of times is she's had a serious fall. But other than that, I mean, she picks herself up after those things. I mean that literally, and regains her health and then regains her independence. She still drives, which is really important, but because she lives in a country town, I think that does make a difference. Now, my mother does not receive an aged care package. She receives help with a cleaner once a fortnight, which is subsidised by the government, but she is not receiving aged care. And when you look at my mother, one would think perhaps she does receive aged care, but she's actually not eligible for aged care with the independence that she has now. When I'm talking about aged care within Australia, I really want you to think of it as amongst all the other, what I call government and society pillars that are in Australia as well. Because I think we need to be not just thinking about aged care as a silo, if that makes sense, but we need to see it in terms of the other welfare structures that are here within Australia and the other policy underpinnings that are here. Now, what's really important for people who to age at home, including my mother, and this is a picture of a house that's similar to hers. She owns that house. She has quite an accessible house, which means that as her ability changes, there aren't steps to negotiate. There isn't rough ground to negotiate. She's got aids within the toilet and aids within the bathroom, those kinds of things. So her home will adapt to her as her needs change. And that's really important, which is very different from my research areas where people are renting, they don't have control over their home, and it actually puts them at risk. Not only is it very expensive for them to rent, but their home doesn't adjust to them. Also, in terms of thinking about income here in Australia, my mother has a superannuation, that's her income. But if people don't have superannuation, they're eligible for an aged pension. And if you own your own home and you have an aged pension, you can actually manage quite well. The difficulties for people is when they're on the aged pension and they rent, because 60 or 70% of their income is going in rent. The other things we need to think about as pillars when we're thinking about aged care is just how much support people have. And I'll touch on this more as we go. That she's got a supportive family. My brother visits her every day and I spend my weekends there, and we have for decades done that. But she's also within a community of friends and family that keep an eye on her as well and will help her, take her to appointments and things like that. So it's important to think not only in terms of those formal structures, but also these other pillars as well. In Australia, we have universal healthcare, which means that's publicly funded, our healthcare, and that includes for older people quite a lot of screening and quite a lot of allied health services. So she gets 6 appointments a week for her feet, for podiatry. She's currently having sessions with a physiotherapist after she's had a fall. So that's all part of the universal healthcare. And what's really important too is we have what's called PBS, which is a subsidised prescription medication, so that she will pay maybe $5 for prescription medicines, whereas me, not in that age bracket and not on a pension, I would pay perhaps $50. So the medication is subsidised. So those things are pillars I really wanted to get you to think about that work alongside our aged care industry, our aged care sector, I should say. The other really important thing, and I think this is something that's happened in Australia, certainly in the time that I've been an academic, is that we used to, and I've got the two demographic graphs in the background, at the background here of this slide. This was commonly called the coffin demographic, which we don't hear about anymore, which was really quite a derogatory way of talking about. It was a part of a discourse in terms of thinking about older people as a burden on society. And there's been a significant change and I'm not saying that everyone thinks this way, but certainly within policy and certainly within general conversation, there's much more of a human rights framework that we think about older people in terms of perhaps they need support to continue to make a contribution to their lives. And so that burden discourse has moved to a human rights discourse, and I'll touch on that as I go through before. But it's important that we think about care of older Australians alongside these other pillars. So now for the descriptive part, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the structure works. So if it's not making sense, you can ask me about later. But to be eligible for care, you have to be 65 years of age, and these are for government-funded services. There's a younger age for our First Nations people, and that's in recognition of the disadvantage that they've faced ever since Australia was colonised. And eligibility is based on care needs. And that's why I showed you that picture of my mum. She's not eligible, okay? So the care needs need to be about reduced mobility, memory issues, medical concerns, changes in family support, you know, that she didn't have a supportive son and daughter like she has, or whether there's been a recent fall. Those kinds of things make for eligibility for care. We have what's called consumer-directed care within Australia. It means that older people control that situation. That's the aim, but it doesn't always work out. As my mum will say, why doesn't someone just come and tell me what I need to do rather than the consumer-directed care model? But still, my mum's from a different generation. I'm sure I'll be different when it comes to my time. So people have to register online, which drives me batty because so many older people don't access the internet and can't do that, or it can be made by a carer, someone like me, a daughter, or their GP. The trouble we've got is there needs to be an assessment usually by a nurse, a social worker, or an occupational therapist, that they are eligible for aged care. So there's a waiting list to get assessed, and there's a waiting list then to actually get a service. And then you have to, someone like my mum then has to manage that service, which is different from when I was in practice where the agencies would manage the service. Here we have people managing these services, which is what consumer-directed care is, which is similar in the health sector. And that leads to a lot of frustration and I think risks for older people as well and their carers. So I'll run through the types of services that we have. So home support is what my mum gets. So it's support, not care. So she gets cleaning, as I mentioned, but it can be things like personal care, like help with the shower, help with taking her shopping. So I tend to do the shopping with her of a weekend, but I'd like, so that I can visit my grandchildren who live quite a way away, that someone else can do that. So I'm trying to organise some extra care for that, so that's not just about me that does that. But most of the time when mum is fine, she can do that herself. So that's home support. The other kind of is home care. So there's a different word there, support and care. And we've got 4 levels here. And this is for people that've got more complex needs, and hopefully the images can show you what that's about. And there's more of an emphasis here on clinical care. So perhaps having a registered nurse visit, perhaps having allied health visit, such as a physiotherapist, an occupational therapist, and also aids. Aids is the big thing. Over toilet chairs, hoists, chairs that rise to let you out of your chair, those kinds of things are part of the home care package as well. So the funding funds professionals, but it also funds aids, it also funds community support, that kind of thing as well. Now these are the costs. So there's the different levels here, if you can see. So whilst there is an enormous amount of funding, so you can see for someone on level 1 who would be slightly more needs than my mother has now, the government would be subsidising that by about 10,000, well, 11,000 Australian dollars. And the older person would pay per fortnight about $164. I'm sorry, I don't have that in Indonesian. But yeah, that's quite cheap. But there's a significant government investment in that. And if people have financial hardship, they can get those fees reduced. And you can see the level 1 is about 2 hours a week, level 2, and level 4 is about 12, 13 hours a week. And that level 4 is what's equivalent to residential care. So someone would get that kind of amount of care in residential care as well. So we need to be thinking that way, that's quite a high level of support, level 4, but that's 12, 13 hours a week, which isn't the whole story, is it, when we think about people's needs? So this is what a level care person is. This man here was on the news, him and his wife were on the news a couple of weeks ago, and this man has a condition that my father had before he died 8 years ago. A horrible degenerative thing that was an enormous amount of care, and he had to go into care because my mum was in her 80s caring for him at the time, and she couldn't do what this woman is doing. So this is what a level 4 package looks like. You can see there's wheelchairs, you can see there's a chair that lets him get out, you can see she's got something to help lift him so she damages herself, but you can see that this is very hard, skilled work. And the point I'm making here is that you have to have a carer to do this. Sure, you've got a carer coming in as part of the formal aged care system, but you have a spouse, a daughter, or a son who has to be living with the person to enable that level 4 package to work. This is exhausting work, and it's very hard work. And I remember the news story that the woman in this situation was actually a retired nurse, so she had a lot of knowledge, but a lot of people who aren't nurses are doing this sort of work as well. Okay, so it's important when we're thinking about care that we acknowledge older people, because older people are the main carers. They are making a significant contribution to the care of older Australians caring for older Australians. Residential aged care is, again, what we term a nursing home, and I heard you use that word before. And so this is for people who can't live independently. So this man here would not be able to live independently if it not were for his wife, who is his carer. So because he's on a level 4 package, he would be able to go to a nursing home. So it's permanent care, but we also have nursing homes that provide respite care. And my father would go and have a fortnight respite care to give my mother a break, maybe twice a week, twice a year for a fortnight or so. They're eligible for about 9 weeks a year to give carers a break. Now, aged care in Australia is really complex. So when we're thinking about fees for residential aged care for nurses, we've got 3 sets of fees. So we've got an accommodation cost, or what we call the RAD. So it's like a big bond, which is probably on the whole about $400,000 or $500,000. So that would take me about 6 years to earn that amount of money, let alone save that amount of money. It's a lot of money. Now, it's a bond. The family get that back when the older person dies, but the older person has to have that amount of money to pay that bond. But if there's financial hardship, Australia does have leeway there that the person doesn't have to pay that bond. But when my mother goes into care, if she does, and she doesn't want to, and we don't want her to, but if she does, she will be expected to pay that amount of money. She also pays a daily fee, which is for meals, laundry, those kinds of things. And there's also a care fee, which is about the specialised care. So you can see there's a lot of fees there, and that's a significant amount of money. Now, that care fee is means tested, and I'll talk about why that came about in recent times. We've just got a new Aged Care Act. So the government is trying to get people who have more money to pay more. So it's means tested in terms of that. So it's quite complex how that all works. There's also programs, and I've just mentioned these briefly, which are flexible care. So this is about recognising the number of older people who are in hospital who probably can't go home because they don't have someone at home to care for them. But if we provide them with services temporarily, they can go home and they'll recover and they'll return to independence. So there's that sort of care as well. So when we're thinking about aged care within Australia, I also wanted to talk about some of the concerns that we have, and these are long-standing concerns. There's concerns about the quality of the care, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute because it's very much a blight on our society, I think. We have long waiting lists for people wanting to get home care packages. Over 102,000 people, which in Indonesian terms, given your population is so different from Australia, probably doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot of people. And people are waiting 9 to 12 months to get the home care package, which means they die, or their carers hurt their back, or their carers are managing significant stress. And the reasons for that is because we have an ageing population here in Australia, as many countries do in the world, but also we have an increase in chronic illness. We have increases in dementia purely because people are living older. People have to wait to be assessed for home care and to be assigned, as I mentioned to you before. There's a public outcry in the media here at the moment because of those things. We've also had a real issue with workforce. We have a lack of skilled and committed workforce here within Australia that's prepared to work in the aged care sector. Funding is also an issue. We're asking more and more of our public purse, and there's increased costs associated with aged care as well. If we want better staff, we need to pay them more. You know, it goes hand in hand. So we spend about 1.2%. I thought it was pointless me saying how many billion we pay, so I've converted this to GDP. We spend about 1.2% of our GDP on aged care. Now that excludes health costs. There's a whole lot in health costs as well. And 60% of that big bucket of money is residential care, even though there's a really small proportion, as I said on the slide before, less than 5%. It's about 4% of older people will go into residential care. And residential care, as it was for my father, is increasingly palliative care. Put into residential care just in that little while, that last couple of months before end of life. Places like Denmark and Sweden, which Australia likes to be compared to, spend a lot more. They spend about 4% of GDP on aged care. So I guess I want to ask, is it enough that we put more money and more regulation in relation to aged care? Because that tends to happen. And I think that's welcome in lots of ways, but I'm not sure, and many of us are not sure that that's going to solve the problems that we have. Many say we've got a provider sector system, that we're focused on the providers that provide the care rather than older people. And what about the rights of older people? How is it for them that they can't get care? How is it for them that they're at risk without that care? How is it for people who have few resources, who live in poverty, who do not own their own home? They do without. They do without medication, they do without outings, they do without home care. How is it for people in rural and remote areas? Australia has a big portion in the middle, which is desert, or what we call close to desert. And people live there, but they don't have access to specialist health services and they don't have access to trained staff. 1 in 3 older Australians come from a non-English speaking country. Australia is a very multicultural country. So how is this for people from all backgrounds? We've got this complex aged care system. How is it when English isn't your first language and you're unfamiliar with that system? And that there's a lack of culturally appropriate services and staff that may not know about your culture or may not know what's important to you. During COVID, we had a Royal Commission. I'm not sure if I need to explain a Royal Commission, but it's an investigative panel that's put together by eminent judges, like distinguished judges within Australia, who receive submissions and have hearings for people about the aged care system. And this went on for years during COVID. And the Royal Commission came, it's a bipartisan way of investigating what's happening. It came about because we found out, and this was through investigative journalism by the Australian Broadcasting Commission, about the number of people that were being abused in nursing homes, physically, sexually, that were restrained chemically and restrained physically. I choose not to show those images to my students when I teach them about health and aged care because they're too disturbing. There was a public outcry about this in Australia, and rightly so, which led to the government appointing a Royal Commission because the footage was just so disturbing. And what we found with that, which has led now to changes in the Aged Care Act, we found that human rights of older people were being denied, that their dignity was not respected, and that they were not living a full life. And what happened in COVID too, when we had our lockdowns, is that people were not able to see their family. I had my father-in-law die during that time. I had my brother-in-law dying that time. And yeah, it's so hard when families couldn't be with their family during that time. So it highlighted, I think, during COVID, it highlighted the need for human rights for older people. And I think it asks us to also to be thinking about ageism. It underpins everything we're talking about today. It's really important that we think about that as well. We have a new bill that's just been passed, a new aged care bill, which has changed the legislation to having a human rights framework, and that's really positive. It puts older people at the centre of care delivery, and there's a statement of rights in relation to that. So I'll end this talk by just making this statement, which I think is really important when we're thinking about how we care for older Australians. So older people's rights include universal human rights, like an adequate standard of living, non-discrimination and access to healthcare, as well as specific rights within aged care, such as independence, autonomy and choice in their care and in their daily lives. Okay. I'll just now try and stop sharing if I can. Okay, that's done, hopefully. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Maree. Maree, I hope you can stay because we will have one more presenter and then we'll go round back to a series of discussions.
I'd be happy to. I'll just have to have a break for
All right.
a couple of minutes and I'll
That's
come
fine.
back. But yeah,
Yes.
thank you. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maree, for the presentation. It's indeed an overview, but I felt it's you've provided very comprehensive presentations that give us a new perspective to understand what is the system, the elderly care system in Australia, as well as its challenges, and particularly you've given us insights into the policy directions of the Australian government, as well as the values of the people. And I think this will give us more information, more perspective to then to think about what would be the most appropriate ways of policies and programs for the aging population in Indonesia. Again, thank you so much. Okay, please stay. We'll have the third presenter, and then for you, I just get an information for everyone here or on Zoom and YouTube. We will have a token of appreciation, so gifts from the Arunala Foundation. If you have questions for the presenter, so please prepare your questions. So there will be one gift for each of participants with your questions. So while I'm going to introduce the third speaker for the session, start preparing your questions, okay? Okay, let me introduce our third presenter. I think many of us has known, but again, let us welcome Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi to take the audience, to take the stage, sorry, to take the podium. Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi is one of our professors in the Department of Social Welfare here at UI. I mean, he's recognized as one of the leading experts in Indonesia in the field of social welfare, but I think, most particularly in the field of social policy, community empowerment, poverty alleviation. So his approach have always been emphasizing empowerment, especially community and the most vulnerable communities, on how to empower them, ensuring their participations, as well as locally based contextual interventions. That's a bit about Professor Isbandi, and today he will deliver, I think, a very appropriate closing to the first session about the aging population and policy framework for the aging population in Indonesia from the perspective of the field of social welfare. Please, Professor.
Thank you, Agus. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is just not like a very complicated presentation. This is just the ideas, the story about how we can see the aging population. Next, please. Yeah, next. Yeah, Dr. Rudy has mentioned before that I just want to highlight the projection of the proportion of the population at 65 and more in Java. You can see that from the 2010 to the 2035 that there will be increasing numbers of people after the 65 years old. Next, please. Yeah, this is the highlight of the proportion of the ages 0 to 14. So we'll be decreasing the numbers of people below 14. That's this condition. Next, please. Yep. Yep. The consequences of the demographic changes, the social services for the elderly are becoming increasingly important in order to maintain the elderly as a productive and healthy aging. And health issues are becoming important issues because the elderly require health costs with higher unit cost compared to the children, teenagers, and also the young adults. So that's the consequences that we will have to face in 2045, in 2035, in 2045, that we have to face this condition. But in this presentation, I want to make a highlight. Next, please. The policies for aging population, if we know that it moved from the active aging to the health aging, but this is what I proposed about the productive and healthy aging. Next slide, please. Yeah. I think since early 2000s, have shifted the paradigms from seeing the elderly as the burden, what I propose to be as a capital in the community. So if we see that, I cannot see it here. Yeah, yeah. It for example, in the active aging, it focus. Can you make it a little bit bigger? Yeah. Bukan di itu. Karena nggak kelihatan di belakang. Ya. Ya. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So people can see it in Zoom. You can see that that is the first what is the framework from the WHO. This is the active aging. It's focused on the enabling older people to participate fully in society and the economy, and also emphasizing continued involvement in work and community activities. That's from 2002 and until 2015. And when that changes to the healthy aging, this is based on the active aging, but the focus on the functional capability. And that's what what I proposed about because the two, active aging and healthy aging, based on the dimension that we know in the social work or social welfare before it comes from the health science, the biopsychosocial models. So that is the Engels model, just Engels that we have we have learned since 1980s, I think, because it developed in 1977 by Engels, the psychiatrist. He's a psychiatrist, Engels, that's with the biopsychosocial model. The active aging, healthy aging mostly comes to biopsychosocial model, and the productive and healthy aging will that we will discuss is based on the biopsychosocial and spiritual model, which have been delivered by Wright, Watson, and Bell in 1996, and well recognized in Indonesia in around early 2000 about the biopsychosocial and spiritual models. Okay, next slide, please. This is the 5 dimension of the in the policy context for the aging population. This is for the productive and healthy aging. This is the physical dimension, psychological dimension, social dimension, spiritual dimension, and financial dimension. This is 5 parameters that we propose about the how to measure the health, productive and healthy aging. The first physical dimension have external and internal individuals. The external is like housing and infrastructures for physical activity, but the internal aspect is the activity, the physical activity itself, and the healthy diet. That is the part of the physical dimension. The psychological dimension mentions about the building cognitive reserve, how lifelong learning, and psychological resilience when when they have the very what is the different situation, like when they are in the productive age. The social dimension is about the social connectedness, social support, and also the networking that they have been developed before and when they are in the elderly age. And next one is this spiritual dimension, is how we create and the meaning and purpose of life. It's different, the meaning and the purpose of life when we are younger, and the meaning of the purpose of life when we are getting older. That is for the older adult. We must create the meaning and the purpose of life while we are still in here. So we will create that the meaning of purpose, so it will make us to be productive and healthy. And the fifth parameters is the financial dimension. It's talking about the financial security, and also flexible work that is rewarding. It's not like a full-time work, but it's a flexible work that more rewarding for the older people. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is what is the policies in improving aging welfare that in social welfare mostly depends on the social protection and the empowerment. The social protection will discuss about the social security and social services. Dr. Budi and Associate Professor Maree Petersen have delivered about the social security and the social services. And the social security consists of social assistance, which is non-contributory. That is what we, as Professor Maree mentioned about the home support like that, and also the home care packages, and also we have also the social insurance with based on the contributory and scheme. And also we have the social services indoor and outdoor relief, like tadi home support with or you know as homemaker, and also in home health services that like home care packages that like that. And also the second strategy is to empower the elderly, the older adults. So this is why we're shifting from seeing the older adult from a burden to a capital in a community. So next, please. Yeah. This is about empowering aging population to become a productive and healthy aging. Next, please. Okay. The focus in developing productive and healthy aging from the viewpoint of the social welfare discipline is mostly on the human capital, social capital, and spiritual capital. From the biopsychosocial spiritual models, we are more concerning on human capital, which is related to bio and psychological, social capital, and spiritual capital. That is why that's the main business of the social welfare. Is it where we are making creating a system, creating a program, creating a policies, creating a services. Mostly we want to intervene, make an intervention to the human capital, to spiritual capital, and social capital. At the human capital, we are focusing on the knowledge and skills of the older adult, introduction of assistive technology, because as we become the older adult, sometimes we need the assistive technology, or hearing aid, things like that, a wheelchair, and also the new skills which could be different from what we have before. For example, for a gardening, or being a content creator, like now, things like that. And also, we are adapting and adopting new productive and healthy behavior and lifestyle. That is the behavior and lifestyle that we build when we are getting adult. Adapting and adopting new productive. And also, I mentioned about the spiritual capital. This is about the mentality and the morality, building new meaning and purposes in life. Why we are still, what we can contribute in this, what is this, Indonesia, what is a dark and gloomy Indonesian, or bright and clear Indonesian. Yeah. So what we can contribute to Indonesia. That's the meaning and the purposes of life. We change the meaning and the purposes of life. Okay. And the social capital, that about the adopting new norms and reinforcement, because we have different reinforcement. Like we are not in a productive age, for example. So the reinforcement also different. The norms also different. Yeah, you cannot act as a teenager or as an adult, what is young adult. So you are older, much more older. So that new norm that you have to adapt and to that. And the network, building your social connectedness and also social support, because some of our friends have died, so we have built a new connection about social support also. When we are retired, so we have okay, we have different person that we have to discuss every day, or maybe we want to chat every day. So different people. Then sometimes we have to see when our spouses or maybe children also have died first before we died. That's new network we have to build. Our that we have to that's the we have to empower us for older adults so they can contribute to the society. So, next, please. This is the relation between community assets that we are focusing on the human capital and spiritual capital and also the social capital. And we try when we focus on our intervention to the human capital, social capital, and spiritual capital, we also assume that the changes of the individuals can improve their financial capital, maybe the environmental capital around them, and also the physical capital and technology capital. And after that, the financial capital, physical capital, technology capital, environmental capital will support them. Assistive technology is the technological capital. But we use the assistive technology and also we improve the assistive technology. That's what the word is working now. But sometimes we forgot that we think that the first one is the financial capital. So we have to focus on the financial security. That is not there. In the social welfare discipline, when we are talking about biopsychosocial spiritual models, we are talking about the human capital, spiritual capital, and social capital first. We put that is first, and after that we are improving our environment. Next, please. Okay. Okay. This is the policy context that when we are want to intervene about the elderly or the aging population, we have to intervene also for the before that for the when we are the pre-aging. That's report when we which one is youngest than the elderly population. So this is the elderly 70 to 74 years old, and the old people is the 75 to 19 years, and the very old is more than the 90 years. So that's the aging. That's the context, policy context that when we are discussing about the aging, we are discussing about the elderly, old, and very old. This is the criteria. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. This is the pyramid of aging services. This is the general aging population, mostly related to the finance security, housing, healthcare, sport, and recreational services. Most of them related to government intervention also, and the private sectors, and also with the non-government organizations. The general how to provide the housing for elderly, how to provide the healthcare, sport and recreational services, financial security could be provided by the government, NGOs, private sectors, and also for the community. That is for the general aging population. Then why is changing in here? The aging needed some extra support is related to what we call the home visiting programs. This is where the outdoor relief, mostly that the homemaker or home health services, like Maree mentioned about the home support and healthcare packages. That then also the aging support center, where we can discuss with in our community, and also we introduce the general assistive technology for them, and also the older adults training center. Older adult training center is related with the lifelong education, because we have also, when we become an older adult, we need also the a new perspective, a new skills that fit our ages. So that's we have to create the older adults training center, which usually in Australia they have the center for like this, and I think in Japan also have like this, isn't it? What the adult training center. And that's the aging needed intensive services that we provide the nursing homes and specific assistive technology. That's what for example that in the level 4 in home package healthcare packages. Next, please. Next slide. Yep. This is the institutional collaboration at the local and national level in supporting productive and healthy aging. The institutional collaboration between the government organization, non-government organization, and private sectors. This is university. University have to make a contribution for creating a creative technology, for creating creative new skills, creating a new system and things like that. And also the media that which can give the exposure about what have happened in the aging population. This is the institutional cooperation is multi and transsectoral intervention. It's intervene mostly on the human capital development and social capital development and spiritual capital development at the local community. It's not only in individual, but also system of the community. That's the neighborhood area, things like that. Okay, next. Yeah, this is case about productive and healthy aging. This is this is an example about the with the grandma who's 90 years old. Yeah. Chikako Nakamoto, 90 years old resident of Naka Ward, has been providing free homemade meals to children for over 4 decades. So that because he believed that hunger is the trigger for acts and assault, snatching, shoplifting, and prostitution. And that wolf meal is the first step toward rehabilitation. That's even we are getting older, but we still have what is capability we call it a functional capability to our community, to our society. The others is the grandma Kinoy that you can see it on the YouTube that is also the productive and healthy aging. Okay, so we can see from this example how even we are in the category of very old person, we still have ability to contribute to our society. Okay. Next slide, please. This is the we can see the character cell. What is the usually it's an old person, and with they have maybe their son or their nephew who what is manggul. What was it called? Carrying the what is the what is it bukan gerobak ya? Nah, itu apa yang dipanggul itu apa ya namanya? Yeah, there's something that he have to carry that. So that is the he's still productive. So the challenges of Indonesia's aging development in 2025 to 2045 require a development strategy that's not only seeing what is the older adult as a burden, but seeing older adult as a capital. So we have to develop the human and social spiritual capital in order to empower aging population to become the more productive and healthy aging with their own limitation. But we can still be productive and healthy aging. And also the development of human, social, and spiritual capital will encourage and accelerate the achievement of the 5 dimensions of 5 parameters of the productive and healthy aging. While we are talking about this, I remember Prof. Paulus. He passed away after maybe 2 months ago. Yeah, okay, so that's it. Okay, he passed around 2 months ago. Prof. Paulus is productive and healthy aging until his 85 years, I think. Yeah. He still can be give a lecture, give no, no, give lecture and things like that, and still productive in his late years. That's what we have to see. So we have to see an older adult as a human and social and spiritual capital, well, which can inspire us to make a better thing. So we are, and also I also want to emphasize on the developing productive and healthy aging did not start when people become elderly. It has been prepared since the early stages of development. For example, when we are talking about the financial security, or maybe about the healthy life behavior is building when we are still in younger adult. And it will be refocused when we are in pre-aging stages. Okay, thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you, Prof. Isbandi, for the remarks. Maybe just to briefly, again, thank you also to Prof. Isbandi for reminding us of Prof. Isbandi was mentioning the late Professor Paulus Tanlingtin. He was one of the founder of the Department of Social Welfare. He did passed away a few months ago, but again, I think that was also a very great reminder from Professor Isbandi how we want to ensure that those who are aging elders are to be included, to be empowered to continue to be productive. So as what Professor Isbandi have mentioned, Professor Paulus has continued to teach until the very late of his life. So he kept continue teaching and is also continued to provide the department with many directions for the development of the department. So maybe we'll just take a moment to pause to acknowledge his contribution before we continue the session. Okay. Thank you so much again for the three presenters who have presented their thoughts, ideas, shared their insights in the first session. I will now open the session for question and answers. I already have one hand up at the back. Like I mentioned earlier, there would be gifts for, are we giving them away for all? Or are we going to choose the best one, Budi? We'll see, okay? But there will be four. Oh, I already have four here. I think you have to choose the best ones, Budi, because we already have three hands up here. I'm going to start with the audience in the room to briefly state their name, where they're from, and their question. And then I already have three. Well, I have plenty now. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I already have 5. I have 6. Okay. I have 6 in the room. I will take those 6 right now. But then after that, I will have to move to the Zoom because I think there are also there's also participants who are already ready with their questions as well. Okay, so let's start from you at the very back. Can someone provide the mic to? Because we want to make sure that the participants in the Zoom can also hear. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much for the very insightful session from all the panelists. My name is Najla. I was an alumni from FISIP UI, very happy to be here. But I'm currently building the IT infrastructure for elderly. It's called Auralif. We're building care planning to automatic fall detection and other technologies. Because Prof. Isbandi mentioned about technological capital, my question to all panelists, which challenge or bottleneck in elderly care do you think technology solutions can help the most? That's my question. So from all the processes in elderly care, where do you think technology can give most impact? Thank you very much.
Next, I'm sorry, who has their hands up again? Maybe to the other side, on the right, at the back. Yes. Yes, I will come to you together.
Thank you very much. My name is, you can call me Bowie. I'm graduated from the social welfare department back in 96. It's quite a long time ago, but then now I started a different career in music, but also still in the paradigm of social welfare. My question is for the panelists from Australia. Back in the day, I was in Sydney, and I knew this couple, husband and wife, and his mother. They put his mother to the foster care in Australia, so it's quite really devastating because they didn't care about their own mother or their own parents. While in Indonesia, I have a 86-year-old mother still live in my home, and I put or hire a caregiver to look after my mother. My question is this when you said that your mother still at her home, right? And you modified the home to be able to accommodate it with her needs. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm just hearing right, yeah, okay. So if my question is, if someone to wish to or need to put their parents or the older in some foster home, do you have to? I mean, do you need to? You said that you have an assessment, because in our culture in Indonesia, it's somehow kind of weird or ridiculous to put someone who gave you birth to put away in the home foster care. But then if you put them in your home, it will be some of a burden, like you mentioned earlier before. So if you get my question, so it is how is the culture point of view and the point of view of the governments, because I really don't not quite familiar with these countries what is it policy in terms of how to take care of all the elder. I can put my mother, of course, to the foster care, but it's like a sin for us to to put away our mother who gave us birth. I mean, sort of things like that. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Thank you. Next, I'm gonna start from the back, okay, Bu. Go ahead, Tegar, you have your question. You ready?
Yes. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you to all the panelists for giving a very informative speech and remarks to every one of us. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Tegar Al-Hikam, and I'm majoring in social welfare study. I would like to give a question, especially for Mrs. Maree, about the elderly care system in Australia. One thing that we cannot put aside is Australia is one of the largest country in the world with which is resulting in a dispersed population. So I would like to ask how Australia is maintain that problem, that make sure that ensuring that elderly care system that currently being built or currently being implemented is could reach the population throughout the nations, which is we know we face the same problems in Indonesia, which is one of the largest country in the world. And how is Australia tackling that problems? Are Australia also like what the first speaker said, that collaborates with like private sectors or charity sectors or something else? Thank you.
Maybe we should should I take three? Or okay, I'll continue because you already have your answer. Okay. So Ibu, you're next, and then you're in the front, the last one. Go ahead, Bu. Can you give me the mic? I have three
Good
questions.
afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to give questions. My name is Rahma. I'm a graduate of Magister of UI 2000 and 2004. So 20 years ago, I have studied here. And right now I am a lecturer in University of Muhammadiyah, Jakarta. The first question is to Mr. Rudy Gobel. I have a question that you have Arunala. I think that is very great idea. And I think your presentation lack of explanation of who are targeting. So can you please explain about that? And I also want to know about the progress Arunala right now. Like what? And the second question is for Mrs. Maree. You explain a lot about aged care system for elderly in Australia. That was very interesting. But I want to know also about the daycare center or senior center in Australia, because I think this is more like apa ya, easy or more efficient in Indonesia to apply daycare. Can you explain about the daycare or senior center in Australia, please? Thank you. And the last question is for Prof. Isbandi. You have productive and healthy aging idea, which is very comprehensive, and you include about the spirituality gitu ya. How about the right now? How about the policy? You know, MBG is like very popular now, but that is more for children. Yeah. And our discussion is about the aging population. Yeah, the aging population is highly increased. And what do you think about the government? What they do, yeah, because the aging population increasing very high. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last Ibu in the front.
Thank you very much. My name Lilis Herimiscici. I am from Demographic Institute, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Very interesting presentation. Thank you, Pak Rudy, Prof. Isbandi, and also Maree. But I also only have a question for Pak Rudy. I have known that you mentioned in 2045 is golden generation expected highly productive. And also you mentioned that the key start early, pay money monthly until 10 years. As you know that based on statistic data about the employment status in Indonesia, the unemployment rate, it means that the productive age is still high in unemployment. And how about this? I want to know what do you suggest about this condition? Because the age productive in recent year is in the next time is elderly, and it's also based on related to the second dividend. I mean the third demographic bonus. You mentioned is only first demographic bonus, but the next related to the aging population, we know the second demographic bonus and third demographic bonus. I want to know how the best strategy to achieve this demographic dividend. And the second, I want to know the suggestion about the healthy aging. As I know that currently we in the healthy aging era until 2030, and healthy aging era have the 4 dimension, and one of the dimension is ageism. As you mentioned, that has 5 aspects about the productive and healthy aging, but the aspect of ageism is more important, especially for the care for the elderly. How to eliminate the ageism, because it is related to the care of elderly and intergenerational relationship. And in Indonesia, elderly abuse and discrimination is very high, but underreported. And for your information, that Indonesia has elderly welfare law, but it's too old. And I want to know for both of you for Indonesian, how to make the parliament and government aware about the elderly, because since 2016 until 2018, we made a new law about the elderly, and we submitted to the parliament, but until now still stuck, and no interest for the elderly. And maybe this time is the right time to make a collaboration to aware, to advocate the government and also the parliament. How can we achieve the healthy aging, productive aging in the next future? But we don't have the law, because the 1998 law is too old and not related with the situation currently and the next situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So those are all questions for Dr. Rudy, or is it also for the other panelists, Bu Lilis? Just for your questions? Oh, for Prof. Bandi and Dr. Rudy. Okay. I don't want to put all the burden on you, but okay. So there are 5 questions who actually are now, I think, 10. So let's start with that. Maybe the first questions, Maree, if I may, I would start from you. There's some questions for you. I think the first questions was for all panelists. Is to the question was like, which challenges within the elderly care system or services that technology can probably help the most with? So let's start with that, Maree, and then there's I'm sure you've also note some of other questions for you, but maybe let's start with you on that first question.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm going to answer this in how you suggested. There's certainly a big move to consider technology in people's homes for monitoring people with dementia who remain at home, and things like alarms that people wear. So my mum wears an alarm that if she falls, I can see that on my phone. That's fantastic, those kinds of things. I think there's a fine line sometimes between surveillance and support that I think is important to consider. I think one of the things that, and again, I want to acknowledge that not everyone feels this way, but certainly for the old, so people in their 80s and 90s, I think how we as a society rely on the internet is actually really frustrating for them. So the fact that they can only access information about their services through portals, and they don't understand those portals. So my mother will get a letter saying she needs to get online to do such and such. She doesn't do that. So it just makes people powerless and having to engage with technology that they don't have the skills in. That's going to be different for me and my generation. That's not going to be a problem. But I think we make assumptions about people's capabilities. We also, and you know, Indonesia is a huge country, and I'm not sure how your internet is, but certainly in Australia, another big country, not everyone has coverage, good coverage. So those sort of assumptions are made, which really frustrates people and affects the quality of their service. So I'm not sure if I'm being very positive, but I think we really need to think about who we're working with and how to best engage with them. In terms of the other participant's question about foster care, it's not a word I'm familiar with in relation to older people, but I'm not sure of the circumstances you're talking about either, but people cannot be put into nursing homes by their family. It's not how the system works. It's a common myth, I think, that happens, but people have to be assessed to go into a nursing home. And with the images that I showed you in my talk, they need to have a very high level complex care that's needed to go into nursing homes. So the image I showed you of the older man being hoisted, that is a level 4 need that would be eligible for nursing home care. So someone like my mother, if you can see that issue, her capabilities and her needs, she's not eligible, and I can't put her in a nursing home. People with dementia, they again have to be assessed. So they might be physically strong, but they've got certainly really difficult challenges associated with their dementia. So again, they have to be assessed. It costs the government a lot of money to subsidise nursing home care, so it's not something you can freely do. And also to be thinking about Australians not caring for their family. Again, I think we have to take care that we don't make assumptions about that. Australia is a multicultural society, and we have a lot of families that care for their parents, and I hope I've given you examples of how our family does. I'm a 5th generation Australian, but we provide care. So some families don't. There's estrangements in families. Some older people mightn't have children, and I'm sure that happens in your country as well. So I think it's hard to generalise and to say that people don't care. And it's also, we have a situation where people might be working on one side of the country, but their parents live on the other side of the country, those kinds of things as well. And I think it was something about just recognising, and that was in the talks that we heard today, just about how people's abilities are different and what they can do. So I found I'd find it hard to generalise in relation to all people in relation to your point. There was also the question about, and I hope I understood it, about providers, about the charity sector and the business sector in rural and remote sectors. I didn't have enough time to go into that into my talk, but the aged care providers within Australia are largely charities. Some are businesses, but the charity sector in Australia is very big, and it's often the auspice there is a church. So it might be the Catholic Church or the Uniting Church, but there's also big, what we call that aren't affiliated with churches that run aged care services as well. So Benevolent Society that Karen will talk to you about tonight are a charity that's not aligned to a church, but they provide aged care as well. So most of the providers in the community and also who run the nursing homes are in the charity sector and the church sector. And there are real challenges in providing aged care in rural and remote areas. We have a very sparse population in the middle of Australia, and that's where a lot of First Nations people live as well. And there are real challenges in providing services there and also attracting staff. It's an ongoing problem that we have. The other question was about daycare, which is a great question. We use the word respite care, and I hope that's what you mean. So with respite care, again, that's part of a package. So when I talked about aged care packages, respite care is part of that. So I talked about with my father when he had an aged care package, he had respite in a nursing home for a couple of weeks. But if his needs were different, if he wasn't as disabled as he was, he could have spent the day, perhaps one day a week. When I say a day, it would be for about 4 hours in a centre where there's activities. But you have to be physically strong enough to go in a bus to be able to do that. So it often works well for people with dementia who are physically well, but they can give their carers a break by going to a respite centre. Yeah, so respite can happen in the home. So if I can use my father, when my mother was caring for him, someone would come and be with my father in the home so that my mother would go out. But that was hard for my mother because she didn't want to go out. She just wanted a rest. So that was difficult. He wasn't strong enough to be able to travel to a respite centre, so he couldn't avail himself of that. The only way my mother could get a break was to have him spend 2 weeks in a nursing home. He did that once to enable her to get a break. So that's how respite care works. There's 3 different ways of doing that. So hopefully I've interpreted your question correctly and I've given you an answer that helps you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maree. Maree, maybe just a big context, because but again, I'm also just interpreting some of the questions because in Indonesia, a lot of the services are not paid or provided by the government, so people can pay through their own pocket. So maybe that's would you like to talk about that a bit in the context of Australia of coming from your own money, using your own money to then pay for services. So because you've been, I think a lot of your explanation have been around of the services provided for the government by the government.
Largely how it is, yeah. The services are provided by the government because the services have to be, the providers have to be registered. So they have to follow quality standards and have to be audited that they're complying with those quality standards. So we can think about informal care. So where someone might, so if I use my example of my mother as an example, to employ someone in her street to help with something or other, she could do that privately if she wanted, but that's not very common and may happen with some wealthy families, but it's not something that I'm aware of a lot. It's a form of welfare. Aged care is a form of welfare, so it's part of the government welfare structures. But certainly some people do pay, but it's not that common. And as a social worker, I don't have contact with those people. You know, we're more the general population rather than the wealthy population.
Yes, thank you, Maree. But I think it's important to have that context because it's probably a different situation in the Indonesian system. But thank you for that. So I think that also provides more clarity to some of the questions that have been proposed to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, maybe now we move to Professor Isbandi and Dr. Rudy. I know that there's a lot of questions for both of you, but we have time. So go ahead and you can start. Pak Rudy or Prof. Bandi, silahkan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know that three questions were asked to me from Mbak Najla, Mbak Rahma, and Bu Lilis. I think let me start with the first questions about which challenges that tech can solve, yeah, in terms of the care support and especially for the aging. I think a lot, like really a lot. I don't think that we need to sit down one full day to identify which. But let me start with one story. I think the care, the nurse that give the care to my mom. This one is the fourth or fifth. We changed a lot. Why we changed a lot? One is that we find out that most of them are actually substandard. Substandard, and then we don't have alternatives. We have to go through only one provider, the so-called yayasan. I think everyone knows about that, and then all the, providers, care providers, or professionals, if you want to call it professionals, offered by this yayasan, is, I'm not saying that all of them, but most of them are actually not qualified, not qualified. I always tell to Ibu Dia, our executive director, that, their qualification is like, house assistants. And then they got like a crash course, like a 1 or 2 weeks. And then, the yayasan can advertise them as a care providers, just like any care providers for baby, for, elders, and that's one of the challenge that I think tech can provide. I could be, if I really like, to contribute about that, and then I can voluntarily, take a course, and get a qualifications as a care professionals, and I don't need to go through the yayasan kind of things, and the tech can help, So I know all the younger generations, they find their, boyfriend, girlfriends through online, So what I'm thinking is that, my mom can also get the benefit from having the, an online service providers for care, yeah. And then just like what we have, in almost every services, yeah, the tech can provide as a, not only as an intermediaries, but also can help to set certain standards. Yeah, kind of things. That's one thing. The other thing is that I don't know how the business model can work, but one of the challenges that we face at this very moment is that the stigma, is that the belief system. And people spend more of the, especially the younger generation, they spend most of their time scrolling, on their mobile phone, So tech can support in terms of the, challenging the stigma, creating awareness, the need to have a strong, elder care system. And the idea of that we've been talking about, to start early, just like myself, for example, almost all of this room are, coming from academia, So, the capability framework, tells that, we need to, in order to be functional, yeah, we need to have a freedom, yeah, we need to be able to have a freedom and choice. And now I would like to have a choice to put myself when I get old, yeah, in a care system. Yeah, I since now I made decisions. Yeah, I have made up my mind that I don't want to give burden to my kids. And I believe that my father also had that point of view at that time, back in 30, 40 years ago. But when the time comes, finally he put all the burden on his kids, because no system available, no business model that can provide. And nothing that my father is part of the system. And then most of the people in Indonesia, they are not part of the system. So you can imagine that. So one of the thing that Stack can help is that to create awareness, educations kind of things. The other thing is that since if you see my presentations, that the idea is that start now, pay now, and then receive the service like 15, 20 years. How could the idea work? Yeah, and if we see at this very moment that idea cannot work, because we don't have the things in the middle. That's what I call as the business model. That's what I call the business model, and we don't have that. And I think tech can fill or step in. I give you one example is that tech can provide mortgage now. You don't need to go to a bank. You can just go to some fintech providers, and then they basically can help you to get the mortgage, the house loan. That's basically the idea. Yeah. So I think a lot, like really a lot, and then like what we all aspire at tech is basically to provide solutions. One other thing is that daily solutions. Uh, while I'm sitting here, my mom's nurse just texts me saying that the diapers has gone. So after these sessions, I have to go out. Texting Grab or kind of things to send daily, needs for my mom. In Manado. I'm here in Jakarta. So one of the idea is that because we know what the daily needs of my mom or people who or elders that in care, like kind of thing. So that kind of solutions can be provided by tech. I don't have to think twice. I don't have to leave a meeting room just to order diapers to be sent to my mom. System can make that, and I think you can provide that. So I'm imagining that I can just subscribe to a service, online service, whatever it is, and every month, the system will send to my mom's house, without, any mishaps, for example, burdening me, to leave out from the meeting room just to do that job. So I think that's the answers. And then I think we're happy, and then to sit down and to talk about what tech, because in Arunala we see tech is one of the solutions that we need to push, not to wait until 20 years from now. What actually we can start from now. The second is that from Ibu Rahma, about the targets. The first discussions that we have with our boards when we presented the idea of Arunala market-driven approach, it was like you're so market oriented. That's I don't want to say a term like neolib kind of things, but people and especially we are in the social welfare, in the kind of understanding about the social issues. There are two opposites way of thinking, thought. One is that welfare states. What we understand is that the country government, they should be responsible for everything, but on the other right side, further side, we talk about the market mechanism kind of things. And But we know that both of them, yeah, if we rely on solely on the government, using the way of thinking of a welfare state, it's not really working. And also, if we talk about the market mechanism, it's not really working because we left so many people behind. That's the idea, So in the first discussions that we have with our board, members, they think that we would like to go all that way, so leaving a lot of people away. If you want to do a market driven, then it means that only people can have a purchasing power can access. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say, yes, in the beginning, that's how market works. Um, if you go to Bintaro, for example, I believe lots of people also, and all the connecting road, in Bintaro, it's not built by the government. It is built by the management, But who benefit from that road or connecting facilities developed by the, developers? All of us, the Gojek drivers, the Chilok sellers, whatever. They also, that's what we call as economic spillover, So that's basically the idea, because we understand if you would like to start with the poor elderly, it's very difficult to start or shifting or gearing up the system, because poor elderly, they will rely on the government, So the idea is that those who are at the middle, if we talk about the, deciles, according to Susana's kind of thing. I'm not talking about the people who, 50% below, because 50% below, they are struggling, things like that. So I'm not talking the idea of market-driven applicable for those who are eligible for the government social protections. No, because that's the government's job. And then, the government is doing things about that, even though it's still not really, sufficient. But what we are talking here basically is to talk about those who are in the 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, something like that. Those who have a regular income, those who have, enough or sufficient purchasing power, and start with that. I imagine like my dad, like 30 years ago, I imagine that, I can ask everything, from him at that point. So I was thinking that he has enough or sufficient, resources that time to prepare for his own, retirement, But the problem is that he wasn't aware about that time. Nobody taught him that you need to do that, because all the society, make that things or a belief that, you don't have to be worried because you have your kid, that's why you send him to a school, a good school. And then after that, they will take care of you, That's the problem, and it is still happening at this moment. I myself refuse to believe that system anymore, because, my kids are struggling now. What happens, last month when the students went to street, do some demonstrations, things like, because they're struggling. They're struggling, literally they are struggling, We just do some small hiring. I'm not saying that Arunala is a big institution, but we just did some small hiring. And then a lot of, young, graduates from top school, literally top schools. And then most of them, haven't got any job for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's a top graduate from a top schools. Yeah. Some of them are graduates from University of Indonesia. So what I'm trying to say is that things are changing now. People who are, at my age cannot push or the belief that, pass from my fathers, from my older generations, because if I pass that, then all the functions, all the society will not function. That's my belief. So that is why that's the basic of, ideas of Arunala. So if you ask who are we targeting, so basically we would like to start from the, middle income group. Yeah, they have a purchasing power. At least my colleagues, for example, because when we sit down, we have a group of coffee, no one is talking about
Elder care.
elder care. You know, everyone's talking, I have some savings, I'm thinking to buy another house, another apartment kind of things, but no one is thinking about buying or preparing. So that's basically the idea. So market-driven approach that we are proposing here is not to replace, but to complement. As I explained that we all now have like a three kinds of approach. One is that the government-led initiative. Yeah. So one of the way that we need to do is that, you know, helping the government in terms of the policy, whatever advocacy kind of things, we push them so they can use their fiscal in a better way, you know. So we support the new finance ministers to, you know, use the fiscal to more productive, you know, kind of things, you know. So let's do that, you know, let's do that. You know, so we are not replacing that, you know. The other thing is that we have a lot of charity. Yeah, what Professor Maree mentioned that in Australia they have a huge, you know, charity group. You know, they have a huge, you know, philanthropic kind of things. You know, in Indonesia it's not really mainstream, but now it's getting more and more, you know, influential. You know, like you know, we talk with Lazisnu kind of things. Basnas, they have getting big and bigger. You know. And then we have a luxury working under the vice president office. And then we know that the Waqaf also have a very potential source of funds, yeah, which also can, you know, be allocated, allocating to support this, you know. So, but we are trying here is that to support with the third way of developing, accelerating the elder care system, you know. So that's the idea. And then, you know, to make the concept simpler is that let's compare with the, you know, like 20 years ago, it's very difficult to buy a new house, you know, but now with the housing loan system, with the mortgage system, with the KPR kind of things, you know, so it's a lot easier. I'm not saying with the presence of KPR, everyone can buy a house. No, but it's a lot easier to buy a house now compared to 30 years ago, you know. So that's basically the idea. And again, I'm not saying that once we have the KPR and everyone can have a house, you know, still some of the house cannot be, you know, afford because it's still expensive. But that's the system that we are aspiring here, you know. And it's very difficult to explain because, you know, it's not here yet, you know. It's not here yet.
Okay, but
Okay,
we only have like 10 minutes left,
I
and
see.
there's some questions that are
Okay,
very
okay.
interesting as well. Maybe
Okay, so-
one more remarks from you so that we can give some I can read the questions from the Zoom as well.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I think Bu Lilis, you know, I think I indirectly, you know, answer your questions, you know, when I explained to Ibu Rahma about that, you know, but I understand your concern about the unemployment kind of things, you know. Yeah, we calculate that, you know, and the idea that we would like to start is those who really have the purchasing power, you know. So I'm thinking like my father 40 years ago, he has the purchasing power at that time, you know, without preparing, you know, without trying to find solutions, you know, everyone who has a purchasing power at this moment, you know, will finally, you know, suffer at the end of the day if they don't prepare, you know. So it's a very simple term, you know, if you don't save, you suffer. That's basically the idea, you know. So that's what we, you know, and then it's way easier to start with people with the purchasing power, yeah. And what we expect basically is that to give a model, yeah, and then if we believe in the market is that when the economic of scale can be achieved, yeah, and the service can, you know, for some reason more affordable, you know. So that's basically the idea, yeah, yeah. Back to
Thank
you.
you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry. There's actually one more question, but about the policy direction, I think, just very briefly, maybe from you before we move to Prof. Isbandi.
Yeah, we have a lot of things need to be advocated to the government at this point, you know. I work in the energy transitions, in the social protections, human development kind of things, and then we see a lot of things, so if you ask that, to me about how do we make sure that the government and also parliament aware about this, one of the thing that I believe is that to challenge them with a different way of thinking, just like what we discussed at this very moment. Now, if you ask the government, if you ask the parliament, they will come with a one single narrative about demographic bonus, is that glorifying the quantity, we see that our vice president go in one place to another explaining about the AI kind of thing, which is great, but no one is telling about, hey, 70% are do nothing, 30% are stunted, 60% working in the informal sectors, Gojek kind of things, so 30% are stunted. So how can you rely on this 70% group of age, to become the expected? So that's why I'm saying expected highly productive in 2044, 45. It's not sufficient, just to let them know how to use ChatGPT. It's not sufficient just to let them make sure that they have the LPDP, scholarships kind of thing. It's not enough. We need an extra kind of things. So let's be unpopular, Ibu. Tell more and more bad news. Because we hope that we can provide a different way of thinking. I'm really scary, Ibu. I'm really scary with the way, since we established Arunala, since we try to learn more about the I'm not the demographist, Ibu, I believe you know better than me, but the more and more we learn, the more I'm really afraid at this moment. I'm really afraid that the Indonesia Emas 2045 itu benar-benar bisa jadi Indonesia Cemas 2045.
Okay. Baik, thank you very much, Pak Rudi. I'm gonna move to give the time and opportunity to Prof. Isbandi to respond to some questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you. I think most of the question has been answered by Dr. Rudi. So put one a little bit. For example, about the technological capital, we have access technology for pre-aging and aging population. For example, for mobility aids, it can help them. Educational tools. So if we want to make the empower the older adults, so there are many educational tools that can be looking for that can help them. So for example, when they want to build a new skill on gardening, on photography, things like that, and different kind of skill that can be used. And for the what can we do to persuade the government? So, and also what kind of policy that we prefer to do? I think it's not. I have mentioned in my presentation that we don't push on the productive and healthy aging. We don't push on the social protection, but we want to shift the perspective from seeing the older adult as a burden and moving to older adult as a capital. So if we want to make a capital, older adult as capital, so we have to empower them. So that should be in government perspective. So we are not finished yet. We still can do many things. That's the reason why we have that the government should not only focusing on the social protection for the older adult, but to how to empower them. Even though they also have to make a system. For example, as Professor Maree have mentioned about the pension system. Pension system in Australia It's different like the pension system in Indonesia. Pension system in Indonesia is below poverty line. For example, if poverty line is in Jakarta about 5 million, 5.2 million. So we for the pensioner, for the couple of pensioners, they only receive about for example about 5 or to around 5 million. So it's less than it should be 10 million, but that the pension system that is paid 4 or 5 million rupiah, just so that should be make a system that's related to the financial security, because it's related to financial security that's the what is the right of the older adult as a pensioners, that's that. So they are also empowering the older adults, and also that we build the system, but because we have constraint on financial the government in financing the social protection, so the other strategies that could be implemented is like to empower the older adults. That's also that will really. So we have to push government to see the older adults as the capital. So they have it's, for example, we say it's like demographical bonus. Demographical bonus if people who are productive and also pay taxes, but they're not paying taxes, so it's not also not make a difference in financial. So that's the older adult still can provide the what is the contribute to the finance fiscal affairs also. I think was like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Isbandi. Just because of time, I would just read one question from Zoom. Actually, there were three questions from Zoom, but two of them were directed to Dr. Maree, but she already left the room, so she already left Zoom. So I'm just gonna pick one questions to actually to Pak Rudi, to Arunala. Okay. How will Arunala address the challenge with your model of ensuring that quality elderly care, there will be quality elderly care in remote villages? And how would you improve the skills of the workforce in government sectors? Well, the questions was, but maybe you could probably provide some insights on that.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting questions, challenging questions. How do we solve a problem, with the providing services to elder care in remote areas? I would like to say that we would like to start with the most accessible areas first, because even in the most accessible areas, the service is not really good at this very moment. That's what I'm trying to say. Again, I would like to say, to explain about my personal experience. My mom, they live in Manado. Manado is one of the biggest city in Indonesia, in second to Makassar, if we compare to the, in the East Indonesia, but still, people who live with dementia, they are struggling kind of things, so I'm not saying that we make people who live in the rural area or remote area to be to leave them behind, but I'm saying that the challenge is way bigger than that. The challenge of addressing things in the remote area are very challenging. We talk about energy access, we talk about the access to knowledge, we talk about the access to educations kind of things. So it's the holistic challenges, that I think cannot be solely solved by one single solutions. So that is why the whole idea of development, infrastructure development kind of thing. So basically it's to support, to make sure there is availability of any service, not only the service in terms of the elder care service, but also other services. If you go to Timur Tengah Selatan, people still live in the dark. Yeah, for sure. People still live in the dark. 6 people living in two times 3, 6 square meter of house. And then with the bathroom 200 meters, away from the main house. So it's still there. So that's I think the answer on that is that we have to make sure that we have an equal, development kind of thing. So not no single answer can address, for a specific, services for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the questions was sent by this Tifa Belinda. I'm sorry that I have to shorten your question, but I hope that provides some clarity to the questions you proposed. And then the other question, maybe last questions, because we only have like 1 minute left, Pak Rudi. I have I'm interested to to know the collaborative steps taken by Arunala, whether collaborations between NGOs to assist government is possible, especially it says here government institutions. It says orphanages, but I would say that's probably government institutions, because there's still assumption that it cannot be done to different budget factors, but from the government and the service accountability. So how do you envision that collaborative steps between Arunala as an NGO to assist government institutions for elder care?
Yeah, so so what we aspire is a market-driven, a care system, care ecosystem. Ibu Dia always, warn me that it's not system, an ecosystem. So let me reiterate, it's not system but ecosystem. So it means that not necessarily housing, housing, senior living kind of thing, but the whole ecosystem. So market-driven, we focus on 2 things, 3 things. Sorry, one is that to unlock the demand. Because if we believe in the market, is that when demand is there, supply will follow.
Okay.
But we understand that the demographic bonus is now only 1 year away from now. And then we are going to start, becoming aging society. So it means that we need to accelerate. So like, for example, if I need a care, like my mom need a care, things like that, the care that we are talking about in this, discussions no longer does not exist yet. So that's why we need to accelerate the supply, the supply. So the second thing is that, but in order to meet, to match between the supply and demand, we need a business model. So that is why, if you need now and then you need to pay now, it will be very expensive. I'm not saying that that kind of system that we are talking about, does not really exist. It exists, but it is very expensive. Like if you go to senior living, it's the cheapest, service room that you can hire is that you can rent is 21 million Indonesian rupiah. Without any additional care. If like my mom, for example, that needs more care, because she lives with dementia, so it might be, we talk about like 40, 50 million rupiah per month, which it's very, small group can afford. So that is why, in order to match that, we need a business model. And then the business model that we believe is that it should be a combinations between the insurance, financial system, banking, property, and care system providers. And it has to be locked in such a way, like we don't understand about the mortgage system like 50, 40 years ago. Now the banking system, they have revolutionized kind of things, So that's basically the idea. We are lucky because one of our board is the former chairman of the OJK, so that's part of our business plan. That's right. And then the third element is that they try to do the enabling, vectors, so unlocking demand, accelerate supply in between developing a business model, a workable business model. And then the third element is the enabling or the enabler, and then the enabler including is the, creating awareness, change the stigma, change the belief system, kind of things, So that's why we need to have a more discussions, roadshow kind of things, The other thing is that we need to push the government, give the government's idea about what kind of regulations needed. Yeah, because at this point, we have a, like for example, I can access insurance product, if I pay monthly from now on, and at the end of the day, like 15 years from now, I can receive the pension fund, the PLK, yeah, in insurance company, at the end of the day. But it is in terms of money, the product is there. But what if I would like to pay monthly from now, but at the end of the day, what I will receive is a service, not a money, So that kind of regulatory framework to support that business or system in insurance company or banking company, it's not, it's not there yet, So that is why we need to advocate the government, making sure the OJK, they understand the banking system, understand kind of things, so they can support. So again, the second element in the enabling factor is that to support the regulatory framework, and then to make people ready, to make people ready about the changes, of the demographics, and then that open the collaborations for all, So now we work with the, for example, with the some of the philanthropies, NGOs, like we work with the Moriko Sun company, for example, to learn how the business model applied in Japan, for example, and also how the, to have a sense whether or not the foreign investors are interested with this, But the whole idea is that 60 million elderly in 2045, it's a huge market.
Okay.
It's a huge market, so, and let's say that we can only tap, like, for example, like 30% out of it. Yeah, it is still huge. We talk about like 15, 20 million, market, so yeah, that's basically the idea. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's just give a round of applause to our presenters in the first session. Unfortunately, Associate Professor Maree had have to leave earlier because it's already noon, probably nighttime, almost night in Australia. But as the moderator for the session, with also time limitation, I would just close the session by saying thank you everyone for your active participation, and we hope that you will stay for the next session. And then we will then choose the 4 best questions for the gift that is provided by the Arunala Foundation for the 4 best questions from today's this morning session. So again, thank you, Parudi. Thank you, Professor Isbandi. And I will now give back this. You have it. Okay. So should we step down? Oh, we'll stay here. Thank you.
All right. Once again, thank you so much for all the speakers and moderators for this inspiring and valuable session. Now, before we close this first session, we would like to have a token of appreciation for our speakers and moderators. May I invite Dr. Sari Fisyawati Mahdum to the stage to present the plaques and take a picture. All right, now that concludes our first session. What a great session, and we've already learned so much, but I see some hungry faces now here and there. So now it's time to take a break and enjoy lunch. Please be back by 13:40 because we still have more exciting discussion coming up in session 2. And for those who have registered, the lunch will be provided outside, and for the speakers and moderators, the lunch will be provided up in second floor. So let's be back by 13:40 and have a great break. Thank you.
Banyak yang bisa bantu. Kita perlu mundur lagi.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch and some time to recharge. We are now starting session 2, titled Accelerating Policies and Services for the Elderly, Perspectives from Academics, Practitioners, and Industry. But before we proceed, I would like to invite one or two volunteers to lead our ice breaking today to release some of our muscles and loosen up a little bit. So maybe my friend will help me choose one or two participants that will be brave enough to come up the stage and lead the ice breaking. The ice breaking will be very simple. You will only have to follow what's appeared on the screen. Or maybe you just come up the stage. Accompany me to do the ice breaking. Give Najla a round of applause. All right. So everyone, please stand up. Due to the game requires a lot, not quite a lot of movements. So, all right.
Oke, let's go. Kita ikutin yang ada di video ya. Throw. Okay, next one. Let's move on into pull, 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 pull. Left and right. Pull, pull, pull. Very good. Now harder. Turn, 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 turn. Excellent. Now is the final round. Knock. Left and right. Come on, guys. Left and right. Clap for yourself.
All right. Nice job, everyone. What a fun session. Now we are awake and ready to continue. All right. For this session, we have another amazing moderator with us. Please welcome Miss Diah Larasati MSc from Arunala Institute, who will lead us through today's panel discussions. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists for this session. Professor Bambang Syarigi Laksmono from University of Indonesia, Professor Karen Healy from the University of Queensland, Mr. Hayato Mori LLM, the CEO of Mori Kosan Company, and Dr. Puji Pujiono, the chairman of the Indonesian Association of Professional Social Workers. Please welcome to the stage. Give them a round of applause once again.
Bisa didengar suara saya? Baik. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you for everyone who's been joining the international workshop today to this second session. So some are, I can see, are still eating. So it's okay. And we hope that the next session for the second session is going to be as interesting and as insightful as the first session in the morning. So thank you very much. There will be 4 speakers for the session today for this afternoon. First, we have Bapak, one second, Puji. Dr. Puji Pujiono. Selamat datang Pak, welcome, good afternoon. So Dr. Puji Pujiono is a disaster management expert and professional social worker recognized in ASEAN and also globally. Pak Dr. Puji has extensive experience in famous humanitarian mission. He also served as the director of the UN Command Center in Japan and was one of the initiators of Indonesia Disaster Management Law. Dr. Puji currently serves as the chairperson of the National Executive Board of IPSPI, Indonesia Association of Professional Social Workers, and he is also the senior advisor to ESCAP at the United Nations. So welcome, Dr. Puji. We give a round of applause for Dr. Puji. We are very honored to have you today, this afternoon, for the second session. And we would like to hear from you about the second session for this international workshop. And you have about 20 minutes to share your presentation. Please, Pak.
May I stand there?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to stand here simply because of this one. I've never been part of this institution, and it's a great pride for me to be standing right here. But thank you very much for the invitation. For the committee, we really appreciate your extending your invitation to Indonesian Independent Association of Professional Social Workers. The word independent in the name of the organization doesn't imply that this is different from the government. Independent simply because the organization is independent from the government as it's stipulated in the law. Anyway, this session, from the information given to me, will be talking about the triple helix in dealing with the aging population in Indonesia and how each of us will contribute to that. Next, please. I will not, next slide. It will take time, okay. I will not need to belabor on this. The session this morning already talked about the aging Indonesia, but we were talking in the holding room just now. How could we push the agenda of the aging population amidst the very, very cacophonic socio-cultural situation and context in Indonesia? I think first of all, we need to agree that Indonesia is getting old and fast. You heard the numbers this morning. The system is strained. We just talking heavily just now over lunch that our family system is shifting in a big way, all right? Intergenerational issues. The government support, despite the good intention, have not been sufficient. And the bottom line is that we are not prepared for this demographic change. I don't think that we are prepared. Next slide, please. Now, talking about the triple helix as the premise of this particular session, we thought it's a good idea. And mind you, there are many good ideas in the world, right? The academic is designed to provide the knowledge, to supply with the new ideas and data. And then the government provide the policy, the funding, and the structure. And the community is supposed to provide the local knowledge the supplies of leaders and volunteers and all that. It is, the triple helix is a promising idea. In theory, at least, right? That everybody is willing and happy to contribute. But we also agree that it may not work that way. And I will tell you why. Next slide, please. As the president of the association, I'm bound and obliged to tell you that social work has the potential to be the connecting hub of these three triple helix. And the reason is that we are born to it, to this task. Whatever we learn in the social work, in your case in social welfare in UI, are fitted nicely into the function of connecting the triple helix. We could serve as a bridge connecting the system. We were just talking just now about the Pospindu. Pospindu is a local level schemes at the grassroots level where it provides services for the elderly. But the community level grassroots will not be able to access the government services elsewhere, like the health services or health checkup or whatever. It requires somebody to connect the dots. Number two, social workers are also born and trained to be advocates. By definition, social work is declaring explicitly that we take side with those who are marginalized and oppressed. Explicitly. And the elderly are no exception. They are this group. They're being marginalized. So we are born to advocate for the interests of the elderly. And number three, we are the trust builder. Based on our relation with communities, we have that inclination to be trusted. Or at least we don't tell lie too much, okay, compared to others. So these are three functions that we make us believe that we are really a good connector of the triple helix. Next slide, please. That being said, though, colleagues, the idea of triple helix, although it has been talked long ago, it's fairly a new proposition. It is underdeveloped at best. At least what we can see, the ideas are not yet connected properly, okay? The universities, and you are not the only one, have the inclination and the drive to do the research. That's what you know, all right? The government would hold on the regulations, that's what they know, and the community tend to seek the benefit. And we tend to get trapped into a short-term projects rather than strategic long-term. That already affect. And the social work, who are supposed to be the connecting hub, at this moment, until now, are still powerless. We have the law in Indonesia, but I would dare say that even our own parents, the Ministry of Social Affairs, are not treating us properly like a profession. And I said it out loud. The law is there, but there is no implementing regulation. There is no obligation for anybody to take certification, and nobody is asking for the certificate of social workers. So there's no incentive. You're a great student in here. When you graduated, nobody is requesting, do you have certificate of social work? When nobody asks, you don't get it. So that's an issue. Next. So what are we going to do with regard to this one? We need to get over it, of course. Number one is that we need to work with the government and convince them. I don't know whether I'm going to see it in my generation or not. And I'm as old as Professor Pembangunan. We're comparing age. We're the same age, actually. You know? We don't know whether in my generation I will see social work acknowledged by the government. But this is inevitable. We will have to work along that way. And the education, we were just talking with Ibu Debbie just now. I think the time is right for UI, S.Sos, to have special seminar, a subdiscipline on gerontology, right? Dedicated on this study, because our population is heading that way. What are you waiting for? And when we have students learning about this, in IPSP, in my organization, we already have a specialized organization, social workers in gerontology. So we need to have your student to go through that route and fill in our association, and we will fill the market. That's the logic. And professionally, although we have this specialization, we need to have another boost. Okay, we need to have exposure like this. We need to have more exchange and others to bring more confidence. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. You see, I have only 5 slides, not 15. I'll spend more time in trying to persuade you to listen to social workers around you. This can be fixed. In terms of the government, I think we need to get the government to update the policy. You know that the law on elderly in Indonesia is already outdated, as old as the population. It needs to be changed. A lot of things has modified now with the digital age, with the economic system and so on. I was drawn into Pak Rudi's argument just now. The ecosystem need to change, and the policy play a key role on that. And the educational investment, as I said earlier, we do need to invest on discipline on and about old people, right? We should not take it as a sideline anymore. And in the specialization on social work, I will be keen to have continuing conversation. We're talking about meeting again sometime in Bali, maybe sometime next month or month after next when you launch your program. We will see, inshallah, with capital I. And we have to do a lot of tahajjud to make it happen, okay? Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, essentially what we are saying here is that we need to aim high. We need to really imagine, rather than dealing with incremental change, we need to imagine what will you be in 2040? What setup do you want to have? And we work from it from now. I agree with the premise that Indonesia is aging, but I wouldn't say it in a sense of devastation as such. We are seeing a lot of potentials there. Professor Bambang was saying in his neighborhood there are elderly who used to be pilot, and there are doctors, there are engineers and others. I traveled to Kathmandu 3 weeks ago. I did not start the demonstration, by the way. I started the one here, but not in Kathmandu. And because my transfer in Singapore is so short, only 1 hour, I took wheelchair services. That makes you have to take it from one door to the other, right? I was sitting in the wheelchair, and somebody pushed it behind. And when he stopped, I asked, how old are you? He was 74. He was 10 years older than me, the Singaporean guy. So you're looking at society who value the elderly and retain them as long as possible in the employment market, that then reduce the dependency on other people and the system. That can be done, and we don't have to wait until 2040, right? I think the number of elderly in Indonesia, Pak Rudi was talking about, we're talking about 60 million. That's a big market, right? And everybody, the old people, they have money, you know. Not everybody is poor. They can afford even expensive services. But the goods are not there, the services are not available. And finally, we need to invest to do all that. So this is an open invitation. We have an association with me. We are open to have further conversation. We have more discipline, we have more exchange with this esteemed institution. And I think we need to have a joint position to the government. So if we meet next month, Prof. Bambang, we can craft a declaration together. The business community, the academic, the practitioners, we can make a declaration and appeal to the government that certain things need to be changed, right? If you're not sure about it, I can draft it for you, and you can agree with me. Otherwise, we negotiate it. I would like to end there, and with the premise that it is possible to have an Indonesian aging gracefully, prosperously, if and when you take care of the social workers. Otherwise, it will not happen. It's the risk that they have to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Puji. Everybody give a big round of applause for a very interesting brief, but very interesting and insightful presentation. I think we at Arunala agree with you that social workers' position is a future-proof profession, right? Because caregiving cannot be replaced by even AI. It still needs human touch, it still needs trust, it still needs empathy. So for all the young generation here with University of Indonesia. You can look at social workers as a very interesting profession that is sustainable in the near future, especially with the aging population that we are currently is having. Thank you, Pak, for yes, and so it's not just it's not about always profit, but it's also rewarding emotionally and highly appreciated, and you can also make a difference, yeah, in caring for our elderly now and also in the near future. So thank you so much, Pak Puji. Now we are going to move on to our second presenters. Mr. Hayato Mori from Mori Kosan Company. So, give a round of applause for Pak Hayato Mori, Mori-san. So, Pak Hayato Mori just arrived in Indonesia today at 5 o'clock. So, he has no time to sleep. So, I hope that you are still awake. But let me just briefly share your bio to the audience. So Mr. Hayato Mori is the managing director of morikosan.co.ltd. He is an immigration lawyer in Japan since 2006. And Pak Hayato Mori also served as the Secretary General of the Human Resource Development Committee of the Asia Business Creation Platform at the Kansai Economic Federation, Kankeiran. Did I say it right? Yeah. And he's also the expert advisor to the Osaka Center for Global Talent Employment Support at the Osaka Business Development Agency. And he's also a committee member of the International Student Support Consortium Osaka at the Osaka Convention and Tourism Bureau. Pak Mori also held numerous teaching posts, including lectureship at university, vocational colleges, and Japanese language school. And Pak Hayato Mori also with the Mori Kosan Company operates Wasabi, an information platform for foreign resident in Japan. Yeah, with with registered user from 136 nationalities, right? So to date, the company has supported the careers of over 20,000 foreign national and has organized a nationwide support event in collaboration with industry, government, academia, and financial institution. In 2020, Morikosan was recognized by Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry as a regional future driving company. So that's a very, very wonderful portfolio of Morikosan. And Morikosan Company is also the first partner of Arunala Institute. So you are one of our angel investor for unlocking the demand. So Pak Hayato Mori, you have the time for you, and please give a round of applause for Pak Mori.
Yeah, good afternoon. Actually, please allow me to use a script. As I just arrived at midnight, and as she mentioned, and and actually my brain is actually that's still half sleep, right? Okay, so thank you very much for having me here. And also, my name is Hayato Mori, and I'm a managing director of Mori Kosan, and I engaged the student and the workers mobility between Japan and other countries, and including, of course, including Indonesia. And today, then I will share how we can sustain the quality caregiving in Japan's super aging society by combining human-centered care and appropriate technology and the international partnership. So next slide, please. So today, then I will cover 6 parts. And one is where Japan stands on the population aging and what it means. And the second one is how many people need long-term care now and how many care workers we will need. And third one is what technology can and cannot do in care. And fourth one is the irreplaceable and the human elements in care. And then number 5 is what Morikosan and Binawan has done, progress and challenges. And the last part is why caregiving career in Japan can be a springboard now for individuals and the Indonesians' futures. Okay, so next slide, please. So let's start with the demographic reality, the frames and everything we do. Okay, So among the large countries, Japan has the highest share of the people that are age 65 plus. And as of 2025, this year, the roughly 3 in 10 residents, about 30%, are 65 or older. Now, this is not just a headline, and it reshapes and it reshapes the housing and transport and clinics, and of course, a long-term care LTC, right? So next slide, please. So why this matter for care? Is an aging society is an achievement of longevity, but it brings two structural shifts. And one is more people are living with the chronic the conditions, the frailty or dementia, often with the complex and social needs. And second one is fewer working age adults and a poor older adult, tightening a labor market in care and also the other essential services. So next slide, please. So it shows Japan's long-term care system in brief. Japan's national long-term care insurance since 2000 provides a light-based access to services by assess the care level. And today, the certified person eligible for the support are in the 8 million, 8.15 million, and still rising. Next slide, please. So the demand keep growing, and but the workforce hasn't kept pace. So let's look at the needs versus the capacity. So this slide shows this is based on the prefectural plans. The Japan will need about 2.4 million care workers by 2026, and about 2.72 million by 2040, within 15 years. So reaching these targets, and I mean adding the hundreds of the thousands of the workers, while improving the retention, the productivity, and the quality. So it's a scale challenge and a quality challenge as well. So next slide, please. So we have to compare it for the other countries as well. So Japan is not alone. Across the EU, the number of the people that are potentially needing long-term care is projected to grow from 31 million in 2019 to 38 million in 2050. I guess maybe 30 million is quite the same number of the elderly market in Indonesia right now, right? So this shared global curve makes international collaboration both logical and urgent. Next slide, please. So can technology close the gap by itself? My short answer is no, but it can help in the target ways. This is, so does someone know this one? Maybe no, okay. Only actually the left-hand side and the Expo. Do you know the Expo? Okay, okay, only a few members, sorry. On Expo 70 in Osaka, the Sanyo company exhibited an ultrasonic bath. This is a fully automatic capsule type bath. So do you want to use it? Fully automated, right? But actually, the 55 years later, this year, the 2025, the Osaka, we have an expo again, right? And the Osaka Healthcare Pavilion, the concept returns, right? But now with the sensors and also now fine bubbles, cleaning, and AI-guided relaxations. And this is actually, it can be useful for caregiving, right? And the next slide, please. So these systems, actually the prompt, the practical design, the questions for care. The one is the safety and the dignity for the bathing assistance, right? This is actually the one of the heaviest care tasks. And second one is the infection control and the standardizing the workflows. And the third one is a lower physical strain on staff while preserving the person-centered cares. So next slide, please. It's a limit and okay. So no, actually the no device replace the relational core of cares and trust, reassurance, and the cultural connections. And automation without the hospitality risks alienation. And our goal is high tech, but high touch, right? So use technology to free time for the human connection. So next slide, please. So let's focus on the human elements, and we must never automate it away. This shows what AI and robot cannot do will today. Right? And one is like read subtle emotions and family dynamics over time. The second one's build safety through language, tone, and cultural sensitivity. And third one is provide a personalized omotenashi. It's actually the warm hospitality in Japanese, right? And anticipating their needs so that people feel seen and values. So next slide, please. So in Japan, omotenashi, what I mentioned, warm hospitality, is a part of the good care. Right? Now, when people feel relaxed, they eat, they can sleep, they can move better. So the family like hospitality lower anxiety and supports and adherence. And it can be taught and measured and improved. So next slide, please. So here is what the Morikosan and Binawan is. So introducing, actually the Binawan was introduced by Mrs. Diana, the former Indonesian Consul General in Osaka. And we set a clear aim from the day one, that Japan ready, trained in Indonesia, the language is the first, culture is the second, and the care basics. Then followed by the smooth transition into Japanese workplace. Next slide, please. So what the Binawan does before the deployment is, one is a foundational, the Japanese for care, especially for the listening and speaking. This is very important things. And second one is the Japanese culture for daily life and work. And third one is the care basics and aligned with the Japanese long-term care. Next slide, please. So what the result so far is 20 people and 20 actually the students are hired, finalized. And now is the visas and the pre-arrival, the procedure are underway. And we are building a scale, the pipeline, the targeting the several hundred hires and over the next few years. And early employee the feedback, the highlights and the smooth and the onboarding and the strong motivations. Next slide, please. So what is the current challenge? And I have to share it, right? So one is a classroom, the floor gap, the structures and practicums and mentorship. And second one is Nichishiki is a Japanese style. Japanese style care mindset that teach daily disciplines before arrival. The third one is language. Language is very difficult, and especially for the foreign talents. So does anyone who can speak in Japanese? Konnichiwa. Just a few words, maybe. Arigato. Yes. Arigato is. So the language is very important. The SSW, the specified skilled workers, and allow the JLPT is a Japanese language proficiency test. N4 is the second from the bottom, right? But actually the N3 plus that works better on the floor, right? And the fourth one is a post-arrival support in Japan. And we have to continue to support, especially for the improving the language skills and life navigation help and career coaching. And next slide, please. So success is more than the placement. It delivers three outcomes here. One is the better resident experience, safety, dignity, and satisfactions. And healthier teams we needed. The fewer injuries, less burnout, and higher retention, and the real careers. clear steps from the entry roles to advanced credential. So next slide, please. So it shows career steps. I recommend start via SSW, the specified skill workers, and grow to the national license is a Kaigo Fukushishi in Japanese, right? And the learn system, the needs assessment, the care plannings, and the multidisciplinary teamwork with the Japan's long-term care insurance, and strong processes, safety documentation, and the Kaizen. Kaizen is like a getting better or something like that are valued worldwide. Right? So next slide, please. It shows Indonesians' opportunity. Right? Indonesia is still young, I feel so, but aging is very fast. So now is the time to grow Indonesian-born, Japan-trained, the professionals and who brings back the practical, the know-how, the clinical skills, daily workflow, and the business model and benefits. And actually the benefits including the human capital, is the one, the trainers and the future managers. And the second was the service networks, then home modification, transport, and nutrition and tech. And the regional position, the proven the quality and the supports and the medical and the care tourism. Okay, the next slide, please. So this is with Arunala, and we have partnered with Arunala to move this project forward. Right? And this partnership strengthens ties between Indonesia and Japan and help to create a new market. Right? Actually, in fact, the caregiving related market in Japan is worth over 12 trillion yen, which is 100 billion US dollars at the moment, right? And I think a similar market is expected to expand in Indonesia as well, then within the next 20 years by 2045, right? Yeah. So if you are very interested, please join. Right? Okay, so that last one. All right, so at Morikosan and with the Binawan and Arunala, then we keep refining the pipeline, better pre-arrival training, the stronger the mentoring in Japan, and clear career ladders and to national licensure, right? And we will measure then what matters and residence outcomes and the team stability and alumni the progression. All right, so to conclude, the sustained care in the super in Japan is both the scale and humanity and high tech and high touch. Let's get together, right? All right, so last slide. Thank you very much for my presentation. Terima kasih.
Arigatou gozaimasu, Mori-san. Give a big round of applause for Pak Mori. Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. I think that we can learn a lot from Japan experience. So for everyone here in the morning, Pak Rudi mentioned that in 20 years, Indonesia will have 65 million elderly who are 60 years old. That's about 20% of our population, and Japan is 29%. So it's a super aging. So if what happened in Japan, it's going to happen in Indonesia in 20 years, including me. I'm going to be part of the elderly wave of population. So 65. Yes, 65. 60 years. Yeah, but there's, I think that there's going to be an evaluation every 3 years to increase the retirement age. Yeah, retirement age. For now, it's 60 years. So it's pretty young, but they are already called elderly. So in 20 years, probably 65 years old. So I think as earlier mentioned, in Morikosan, in their collaboration with Binawan, has trained a cadre of caregivers to help with the Japan society that is currently aging, because the number of the young demographic is not as much. And I think that like in the morning in Australia, it's mentioned by earlier that this is the in Australia it's already a coffin demography, so it's a little bit sad to hear that. And probably it's also similar in Japan, which for us it is something that we are anticipating, and we hope that we are more prepared by learning from Japan experience and also Australia. And as you mentioned that the industry of the elderly industry worth about $100 million. Yeah, so it's a big there is a big demand. Yeah, there is a big demand for elderly care. So it's something that I mean we're not supposed we are being old is not something that we fear, but we want to embrace on getting old in dignity and in apa ya, more happy, so not as a burden to society. So thank you, Pak Mori, for a very insightful presentation. And now we have our third presenter. Let me just read your bio first, Prof. Bambang. So Prof. Bambang Syargi Laksmono. Prof. Bambang is a professor at the Department of Social Welfare Faculty at the Social and Political Science, University of Indonesia. Prof. Bambang was born in Morocco, Pak, in Rabat. Yeah, on August in August 24. So you just have your birthday maybe 2 months ago. So his areas of expertise and also interests are social policy and planning, and also has extensive experience at various national and international institutions. So for today, you will be talking about policy and caring for the elderly in Indonesia, yeah, Prof? Yeah, and we give you the timing for 20 minutes to share your knowledge about policy and caring. Give a big round of applause for Professor Bambang.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, Ibu Dia, and all the distinguished speakers today who have been very thoughtful and very inspiring, and been able to provide us with so much perspective on how do we be able to move forward. I was kind of thinking very hard and to struggle really to be able to speak in front of you, all the audience who is knowledgeable, and I try to present an idea, a big idea or question really. Policy and caring for the elderly in Indonesia, which is a broad topic that actually we are addressing today and during this international meeting. Karen, good evening, good afternoon. Hope you're well there over there. Okay. I wouldn't really go to the slides, but just want to share my conviction that in all what we do in providing care or providing our compassion to humankind in all aspects of their lives, in providing protection or upbringing and nurturing the potentials of people. I guess one of the basic things that we should, argue about is the atmosphere itself. So we are also here with Ibu Komnas HAM, yeah, Nika. Actually, what we want to argue first of all, would be to democratize the area for us to move around and do something for humanitarian purpose. One of the principles that I think we are following with Indonesia during Reformasi is the reform and democratic atmosphere for the politics. And also without saying also is the economy also is growing with their own mighty power of, expanding and, building themselves to be a very important and mighty power in our society. What I wanted to say is to share that I think we need to have a stable and proportional stature, the strength of the tree, the three stools, the legs of the stools, economy, politics, and also social and cultural, as it is being represented by the ASEAN community, ASEAN community in engagement. The it sits on three pillars: economy, social, and security. On the same level of arguments, we are also wanted to say that in Indonesia, there should be enough proportion of investment, room to work, and liberalize ourselves in the way that there would be enough volume, the scale of social services being provided for the community, expanded in itself to be, up to the volume, the scale, the distribution, to the type of services that's being needed by the people. So that's the spirit I wanted to mention first, because without the atmosphere of encouragement, stimulation, and also all the provisions that's provided that can also expand ourselves to improve and increase our services. So that's, I think, one of the things that is in principle, I think, important to democratize. Democratize means to liberalize in terms of the room for people to move around and develop their own services for the elderly. Next, I probably wanted also to say something related to the kind of perspective that hold to many of our bureaucrats, technocrats in Indonesia. Something? Now, I have a very difficult time actually when, along with my career as an academics and also as an activist, actually, I'm working quite a long time providing, accompanying consultation with the indigenous people. There's always that room that we neglect because we need only and focus ourselves very much on the economy being a developmental nation. It's something that's always everybody has already argued on this line. But I think when we talk about the elderly, I think Indonesia is not going along the thinking that we are relying on our people. Hence, then, therefore, we will care for them when they are old. The Indonesian economy much relies currently, and this can be followed through the different sources, is very much being run on natural resources. So it's a natural-based resources economy. It's not a human capital economy. It's not knowledge economy. It's not technology economy. It's not yet. I would think that it is natural, will grow, that a better system for protection and any kind of fulfillment for the elderly comes from the acknowledgement of the contribution of the people itself. So I think this can be proven in any other economy which relies on technology, Taiwan, China, Japan, and also Singapore, for example. So it's only that we kind of giving back for the elderly because of their contribution in the early lives of their productivity, then we can actually think that it is for sure that at the end of their productive life, something will be rewarded. So it's casting that social collective responsibility, being starting from the kind of understanding that we rely on our own people, so that we will eventually will actually reward them through our system, and make sure that their elderly life will be fulfilled. Now, of course, there are areas where we think that there have been improvements, thinking about social safety net and the social pillars which has come through through the Indonesian social security system, the BPJS dan Jaminan Hari Tua, which comes quite late in the 2000. So it is a way of kind of development that we have already proceeded towards improving the fulfillment of basic needs of our society. Okay, I will just move to the next argument. Next. Okay, one step. I'll be talking about COVID actually. No, all right. In that diagram, actually, I wanted to explain that, as everybody has known much about this already, I'm sure that it is for us in the less developed countries, in comparison to more developed countries, they are moving towards more of a psychological dimensions, whereas in the early stage of our country, much will be relied on the push for providing physical and health services. So mental well-being has gone through up to the ladder when we, actually goes up towards much more income in part of progress. But I wanted to mention something else in the middle, actually, which doesn't come out in the diagram, which is COVID. So actually, the COVID event was one of the prime mover of our awareness that there should be something to protect our society from disasters, from different kinds of calamities that should be considered as risk for the people. So I think this is something, if we were to work with the local people at the kampung or with the RT and RW, it's first that we meet people from our neighbors who are struggling to get proper health services, as patients in the BPJS. This is something, of course, basic, and people are really struggling just to get up in the morning and be part of the line to get services and see the doctor at 11 o'clock, for example. But that happens, and of course, that's an everyday experience for many of us. And I think, as Rudy mentioned earlier, it was not satisfactory. Something should be improved. And as only when we get to the point that we are patients, that we are sick, then we are be able to get some kind of provisions through the BPJS. But if we were to talk about our neighbors who are widows, who have left, they're lonely, they have no companions, and they should only be able to rely to their very close friend, close peers, and it would be very fortunate if the RT RW have some sort of weekly or monthly post-BIDU activities, and should they be attracted to appear and be present in that activities. Okay, now maybe should go to the next. All right, next slide. As we already kind of discussed so much earlier, that if we were to divide the system that is self-funded and publicly funded, the more personal needs that need to be covered are most likely to be self-funded. And only those big community and society-based provision will be publicly funded, as we are struggling to our national health system. Okay, now I would want to end, I guess, maybe to the next slide. Okay. On this slide, I would only want to mention that Indonesia is struggling. If we were to push ourselves towards defining vulnerable groups, then the elderly is not the only one. Children, women, the labor groups, the marginalized, the indigenous people. There are many other types of categories of the marginalized groups. And vulnerabilities and risks are all over, not only because of the life cycle, but also of changing circumstances, the economy, of the productive forces. As our working with many indigenous people, then people are also recognizing, of course, more and more that people are being pushed out of their land because of the extensification of some commodities and industries. And then this add another layer of complexities. And as we are actually already wanted to mention that the social security for the elderly not only, of course, go far beyond to the rural and the remote areas, but also in the rural, industrial, and the areas that which are also already converting their arable land into industries, which adds to another dimensions of vulnerability, also including for those the elderly people. Now, I'm actually wanted to end uh, in underlying also the difficulties that also challenges us for academicians or who those who wanted to work with policies. Currently, we also have to struggle in activities or agendas related to equality and justice for areas, not only each group categories. So children and women, adolescents and elderly. But in the complex Indonesian situation, we also have to struggle with defining those areas, remote areas. So it's not just age categories, but also definition of regions. And that's another side of the difficulties and the things that we will have to struggle when we try to address issues related to justice and equality. One of the other things is related to sector definition. Then if we were to focus on, for example, the Indonesian government right now focus on free meals, for example, the free meal, that will eventually have to sacrifice other things. So even within human investment itself, there are struggles or competition within which to really to prioritize themselves among decision in allocation of fundings. So again, I think that will just share the complexities and invite people also to be part of this effort to address Indonesian aspiration for a just society. And among that, of course, the elderly is one category of each groups that we are very much putting our attention to. So I think that's about all, Budia. I think hopefully that also will spark more discussion among us. Thank you very much. Terima
Thank
kasih.
you, Prof. Bambang. Kita give a round of applause for Prof. Bambang. I think it adds on to another dimension of the challenges, the growing challenges that Indonesia is facing. Like earlier in the morning, I think Australia, Professor Maree shared that the existing care ecosystem in Australia is highly subsidized by the government. And I also talked to Pamori. It's also the same because last week I also went to visit a care home in Kobe area. They mentioned that 80% is being subsidized by the government. So for Indonesia, despite like Prof. Bambang mentioned, we have the basic social security, heavy reliance of funded from the families, but actually there is still a limit of what the policy can do ya Pak ya, and I think it's time for more action, more initiative, which is kind of the objective of today's meeting is to also involve academics and also industry to see how we can solve the missing puzzle and strengthen to build the care ecosystem in Indonesia. So thank you, Prof, for a very insightful and very interesting presentation. And for the next speakers, we have Professor Karen from Australia, University of Queensland. Hi, are you? What time is it in Australia right now?
It is nearly 6 p.m. So it's 5:45
okay,
in the evening. Yeah.
So it's not too late, yeah, Prof. Yeah, it's still
Yes,
yeah.
late. Yeah, it's in the
We hope that
afternoon. That's
yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Before I give you the time, let me just read a little bit of bio of Professor Karen Haley. So she's a leading scholar in community-based health, social work, and welfare policy, currently serving as the head of the School of Nursing, Midwifery, and Social Work at the University of Queensland. I love Brisbane, so I hope to be able to come back to Brisbane one of these days. So Professor Karen has built a distinguished career focused on improving health, well-being, and safety for individuals, family, and communities, especially those experiencing disadvantage or marginalization. Professor Haley's work bridges academic research and practices where she contributes to policy development, service reform, and capacity building among health, social work, and community service sectors in Australia. And her emphasis on co-design and inclusive practice ensure that research outcomes are relevant to the most affected by policy decision and service delivery. Professor Karen, also a respected educator, advocating for a strong foundational skill like communication, mediation, and collaborative practice in training of social work and health professional. So it's an honor to have you today, even though we hope that we can see you here in Indonesia. But let's give an applause for Professor Karen Haley for her next presentation. The time is yours.
Thank you. So thank you very much for your warm words. Can I share the screen? Is that okay? Is that how I will do it, or do you want to do the slides?
Who's going to share the screen, Professor?
I can do it. Can I do that? Let me see.
Yeah. Can
Did that work? Yeah.
Not yet.
Did that work?
Okay, now we can see it.
Yes, great. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. And I'm also speaking on the theme of accelerating policies and services for the elderly. I'm actually today going to be speaking from all three perspectives, from an academic perspective, from, an academic perspective, an industry perspective, and a lived experience perspective. So I'll tell you a little bit about that. So as mentioned, I'm Professor of Social Work. I'm the Head of School of Nursing, Midwifery and Social Work at the University of Queensland. And actually, as a social work academic, I've had a long-standing interest in family support, but it's mostly been at the earlier part of life with children and family, children, young people and their families. And I've also written a lot, as you might know, on social work theory and increasingly on community healthcare. So I have a social work background, but it wasn't initially, and it's still not mainly in care for the elderly. However, as part of my community service, for 15 years, I've been a director of major non-government agencies in Australia. And these non-government agencies deliver the aged care services that Professor Maree was talking to you about this morning. So in fact, on a weekly basis, I am overseeing a whole lot of services that deliver particularly home and community care services to keep people well and safe at home, and also residential care services. And I'm currently on the board of Anglicare Southern Queensland, and I'm the chair of clinical care and governance, where we are responsible for around $300 million worth annually of aged care services. So even though I'm an academic, I'm kind of bringing an industry experience to this. And the final thing I'm going to talk about is my lived experience. My father passed away 3 months ago after 10 years of dementia, more than 10 years. And in that time, we had to learn to navigate the aged care system. So I'm going to share a bit of that story, because a very important point I want to make is, even though we have relatively good government support for older people in Australia, our system is still extremely dependent on families. And that dependence can make people without families, or families who are not caring, that can make them very vulnerable at the end of life. And I will show you why. People hearing okay? Because there's a few comments in the chat, so I'll just check. Okay, great. I think it's okay. It's not me. Okay, good. Okay, so the structure is, I'll give a brief outline of care for older people in Australia, and that will probably just reinforce what Professor Maree said this morning. Then I'm going to make the point about the heavy reliance on family and community in Australian systems. I'll then turn to briefly outline my personal story with my father and show how much the family had to be involved for him to get the care he needed. Then I'm going to talk about the stresses in the Australian system and the future, particularly how this will reshape the role of social work and also the role of technology, as we too face an ageing population. So that's what I will talk about today. So let me just check. So in Australia, we have currently around 16% of Australians are over 65 years of age. And so that's lower than Japan. I think you said 24%, but, you know, so it's lower than Japan, but our numbers are increasing, and it's expected that in the next 30 years that will grow to almost 25% of people being over 65. In Australia, as Professor Maree has already mentioned, there are two main forms of care for older people. There's residential care, which is where people are so frail that they cannot live at home. And only a small number of people, around 4 to 6% of older people receiving care, live in residential care. So these are what we call nursing homes. The vast majority of older people who need support receive some form of in-home care. So there's two levels of home care that I will talk about in a moment, but these are services delivered in the home. And this could mean some nurse coming in and providing medication to a person, another person coming in during the day, and it might be a volunteer or a paid worker providing meals and so forth. And in Australia, as I think Japan and Indonesia as well, we have a really strong emphasis on people staying out of residential care. As far as possible, we want people to be in the community. But for this to work, as I will demonstrate, requires that the older person has an active informal support system, so that there are family or friends who are going to help them to work through our aged care system. So I'm just going to cover very briefly what Maree talked about this morning. So there are three main types of aged care in Australia. So residential care, which it's full-time accommodation, usually on an ongoing basis. Most people who go into a nursing home do not leave. They stay there for the rest of their lives. So this is where people can no longer live at home, and because of their increased care needs. And in the vast majority of cases, this is because of some form of dementia. So that is the main reason people enter into a residential care facility. And also by the time people enter a residential care facility in Australia, they have extremely advanced dementia. So to the point where they would probably not survive if they lived in the community. Then, as Maree has already mentioned, there are 2 levels of home support. One is under what's called the Commonwealth Home Support Program that provides a kind of low level of care. So it's an older person who now might not be able to do some of their cleaning or needs some assistance in keeping their house clean. But they're generally able to live a fairly independent life. So it's more, these services might visit them once or twice a week. Then there's another level of aged care called home and community care packages. And these are ranked according to the level of severity that people experience. So, for example, when my father was diagnosed with dementia, he was given the highest level aged care package. And that meant that there was a whole range of services, partly funded by him and partly funded by the government, coming into his home every day to keep him at home as long as possible, as long as it was safe. So that helped, preparing meals, making sure the home was safe, adapting parts of the home so that he didn't fall over, and so forth. So that's a very high level of care. But also, once he became very unwell, he could go straight into nursing home because he had the highest level of care at home. And then he was able to transfer into a nursing home. There's still a lot of money involved. So just to give a sense, residential care, it's both a philosophical position that in Australia we want people to be safe and well at home, but it's also a financial consideration. So while only a minority of people, say about 1/5 of people who are receiving any kind of aged care are in residential care services, and only 4 to 6% of all older people are receiving residential care. It takes up 21% of the cost because it's 24-hour-a-day full care. So this is a government contribution, and then that's matched by people also having to make their own contribution. Home and community care is delivered to many more people, nearly 1 million people, and yet it costs much less because if people are still able to they're in their own home and covering most of their own expenses. So also just to show you here that the government covers some of the cost, the dark purple, so the government will make a contribution to the older person's care once they are established as needing residential care. But the person themselves has to make a contribution as well. And if the person is assessed as being too disadvantaged, there are low or free places, but they're means tested. So many people, for example, have to sell any home they've had to enter into residential care, and the costs are extremely high. So I'll give an example of this. This is my father, and when he was 80, so that was 9 years ago, he was, we had a suspicion that he had dementia. And in fact, it was like local services, our local bank rang us and said, look, your father's coming in, he's very confused. And so we sent him he agreed to go to a specialist with us, and the specialist diagnosed him as having dementia. So at that point, the specialist, the medical specialist, said to us, that you'll need to have some sort of home care assessment, an aged care assessment. So they brought in a person a specialist, like a social worker, did the assessment with Dad and went through what sort of, assessed what level of care he needed. And so they look at how he communicated, how he was living his daily life, what the medical specialist had said, and they tried to keep him at home, and they kept him. He was at home for another 3 years. But what happened in the last year that he was home was that he was having a lot of accidents because of the dementia. So he was falling over a lot, and were coming. In 1 month, the ambulances came to his home 3 times. So on the 3rd time, the medical team said it's now time for him to have a home placement. So again, a nursing home placement. So again, the family, myself and my sisters, were asked to come into the hospital, and we were asked to do a whole range of things. We had to identify 6 residential care facilities. We were told that the minimum that it would cost just for him to enter, it's called a bond, a nursing home bond, a minimum of $250,000 would be required for him to get a place in these homes. Now, if he had no money, he might have qualified for a free place, but they're very means tested. The person has had to have been long-term unemployed or whatever. So sometimes at this point, the family is facing that they're going to have to sell the family home. And that is all very complicated to a family that's also coming to terms with grief and the person really changing, and this really being an end-of-life diagnosis. So then my father went into a nursing home. That people were really lovely there. And the family we visited regularly. We were visiting almost every day for 6 years. And that was important for Dad. It was also important in a way for his safety. Not that they're totally unsafe, but for people to know that he has family who care about him was important. When he did die, though, so that was only 3 months ago or 4 months ago, I was really surprised at what then happened. So a few days before he passed away, they said he will die within the next week. And then they rang, and they were really lovely, but they then said his body needs to be transferred as soon as possible, or within 48 hours was the maximum that you could do. So you had to be really organised. Like beforehand, I had organised a funeral home. The families are expected to do all of this and do it really quickly. Then we had to obviously have the funeral, and then and now we're dealing with all the will matters. And all of this is costing tens of thousands of dollars because the lawyers are all they're all requiring upfront payments. So what I'm doing here is just pointing out that even though we've got a good system in Australia, it is still very reliant on the family to navigate every part, particularly where a person has dementia and therefore has very limited ability to do any of the work themselves. So looking then at the aged care system in Australia, the sorts of issues that many older people face, and I'm now speaking both as someone who is a board director for aged care services and as a family member, that for the older person, they're often experiencing a high level of isolation. Another really big problem my father faced was that most of our systems now in Australia are online, so you have to have computer literacy. So he did not have computer literacy. He also had dementia. And these systems, there's just no paper-based systems anymore. So they're expected to be using high levels of technology that are really difficult for them. And this is particularly a problem because as I've mentioned, most of the people needing advanced care also have cognitive decline, dementia in particular. There's also been a growing awareness of abuse in both family, so family abuse of older people, particularly financial abuse, and also abuse within the formal system. So there's been significant inquiries into how older people have been physically, sexually, and financially abused by care workers. So there's now a lot more compliance protocol that I'll talk about on the next page to prevent abuse. I'll just say one more thing about the informal system. In Australia, our laws are that an older person will be strongly encouraged to sign what's called an enduring power of attorney that hands over everything, all decision-making to their children. So sometimes, and that means that I could have, if I'd wanted to, sell Dad's house, do anything like that. And there's no, there's very little legal constraint around it. The family it has a lot of freedom to do as they want. And if the family is abusive, that can leave the older person extremely vulnerable. For families, my experience is that there's a big expectation that family members will be able to navigate a whole range of health, aged care, home care systems, legal and financial systems, which if you have a family who doesn't have high level of literacy, that would be very difficult. There's the financial co-contributions costs are extreme. So as I said, minimum 250,000 to get into a nursing home. And then there's weekly payments after that. And once the person passes away, the family gets that 250,000 back. But you can see it's not a little amount of money. It's a really big expense for most people. And of course, the family is also dealing with grief, loss at the same time. It's trying to manage these very complicated systems. As a board director, what I can tell you is that weekly what we face is how we manage the finances of the aged care sector. Residential care is really expensive to deliver. So even though government's providing some contribution and older people are, we only just meet our financial obligations with it. It's very, very tight financially, and we need to look to other ways to raise funds. There's a shortage of places. There's always long waiting lists, particularly for specialist care, dementia care. There's a lot of emphasis now on regulation and compliance. So as nursing homes are regularly visited by the compliance agency, they'll do not emergency visits, but unscheduled visits to check that the older person is being looked after, which is of course great. But we at the service I work at, we have a whole team that just spends its whole time analysing the data and looking for any issues of non-compliance with our legally binding obligations. It's very hard to attract workers to the aged care sector, and in Australia there's a heavy reliance on international workforce, mostly from the Asia Pacific, and particularly islander countries for us, so Fiji, Samoa and so forth, and the Philippines are many of the workers in our aged care sector. And also this field, I'm at the head of a nursing midwifery and social work school. Very few of our students aspire to work in this area. Okay, I'm nearly finished if I'm going over time. I hope I'm not going over time. Yep. Okay, great. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just closing that. Yep. So I'm nearly done. So just thinking now about the future, I just want to make a few points about how I see the social work role. I haven't got everything on here, and as I was listening to the other speakers, I was taking some notes about some other things I should have added. But currently a key part of the social work role is to help navigate these systems, help people to get access to those home and community care packages, and to help families choose the best place for their loved one to be. So there's a lot of online information, but it's very confusing. It's even confusing for me, and I'm in this area. So someone who wasn't in it would be very confused. So the social worker's role is often helping people identify the best care options for their older person. But I think we also have a really important role in building better systems of support at every stage of life, particularly that older life course, not only about home and community care, but ensuring that people have opportunities for purpose, for creativity and so forth. It makes life worth living. We have a really important role as a profession to ensure that the most vulnerable people with very complex needs and often high levels of disadvantage do also have the benefits of our quite good aged care system. Social workers have an important role in facilitating family involvement, and technology can help with that further because of the increased use of things like Zoom and Teams, which in a country like Australia is important because the distances are so vast. I think social workers have a big role in abuse identification and prevention. So, and there's going to be, I think, an increased use of AI to help identify hidden cases of abuse, making sure the social worker is really working through each of the possible indicators of abuse for an older person. And then grief and loss. I think social workers have a really important role to play. But I also want to share with you that with my recent experience of my father passing away, I surprisingly found ChatGPT really helpful. I was able to ask it what I could, when the doctor said your father will pass away within the next week, I was able to ask ChatGPT to take me through each stage and what would be happening. So I felt actually quite supported by that. And I think we're going to see a bigger role for AI, both in supporting older people and in supporting families. And then I think this is my final slide. As I've already started to mention, I see technology as changing the face of aged care in Australia. Already we're seeing the use of some chatbots of support for older people who feel comfortable with using AI to be supportive, to help memory support for older people. And also within nursing homes, there's some use of robots to do some of the routine cleaning work, maybe not so much the direct care work, but doing everyday routine work that care workers don't need to now do. There's also much greater access, thanks to technology, to online information about aged care, so that my sisters and I were able to really choose through a whole range of options. And similarly, as a board director of aged care services, we're often very concerned to make sure that our services have the highest star rating possible. So it ties us a lot more into feedback from families and from aged care users. For service providers, we are already using AI and automated booking systems to get the greatest efficiencies out of our services, so that our nurses and personal carers have an automated system of families that they're seeing and older people that they're seeing in the home, and the older person has a clear scheduling around that. There's also safety considerations, so that if a nurse or a personal care worker is in a home for longer than anticipated, we've got a protocol for making sure that they're safe. And we are also extensively using digital databases to assess and improve the quality of the care that we provide in the aged care sector. So that's some of my thoughts on navigating aged care in Australia, how it is and how it's changing. I hope you found that interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Karen. Thank you. Very interesting. And I think that learning from Australia experience, you acknowledge that despite the relatively good support, from the government, the policy, there is still need for a family support. So it has to go hand in hand, not just giving it away to the system, to the government system. So, but there's also a very interesting acknowledgement about stress in the system, the current system, which is I found quite interesting that with your own personal experience, the family still have to be ready with such a huge amount of money to care for. So it was like 250,000 Australian dollar. That's a lot of money. So I was like, wow, I thought that you have,
Some of them it's $1 million, that it's people, that's for the really top not nursing homes. And my father got a shared room. He didn't even get his own room for that amount. He actually wanted a shared room, I must say, but that's you know, it's really not fancy for that amount of money either.
So that puts also another stress to the family, yes, because of the obligation. You have to be prepared for such a large amount of money to just to make sure that your parents can have the proper caring before the end of their life. So thank you very much for a very interesting lesson from Australia. So everybody, let's give a round of a big applause for our presenters for this second session. It's very interesting to learn from the academics, industry, and also the practitioners' perspective. So before we start with question, actually I would like to invite just briefly, we have Pak Emir Fahri from Rukun Senior Living. So he's the industry of Rukun who's been working in senior living in Indonesia from the industry. So Pak, if you could just give us a little bit of insight about how is it like to build senior living or to work as an industry in Indonesia to develop the senior living, and what's the challenges, and do you think there is a prospect in the near future for Indonesia?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Isbandi. But now I'm okay. Good afternoon, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Jadi I try to to introduce myself. My name is Emir Fahri. I am a CEO, chairman of Rukun Senior Living Group. Rukun Senior Living Group is residential and then integrated senior services. Yeah, we established in 2012, almost 13 years ago. And then we just a private sector. We have run business without thinking about the long term, about the problem of aging population for a while. But after we are very struggle in this industry, because of our culture, our stigma, and still Eastern nation, country, relatedly that elderly care must have to take care by the families. We just like the professor said, the COVID is turning point.
The turning point,
Yeah, the turning point is the COVID, and now our occupancy 90%. We think that we have to develop our business to fulfill the demand. The demand is from the our targeted is the high end.
High
end. But now the public come to our facility is from the middle low. We have to develop this facility.
There is still a big gap, Pak, in for that middle.
Yes. We have one additional facility named group home. Maybe in Japan is famous in group home. The group for the dementia people living together in one home, and we provide about the activity, hospitality, and accommodation. Our challenge is there is no regulation about nursing home in Indonesia. There is no regulation about senior living. Because we just hospitality and accommodation services, and then we know that the elderly people, become less of the what is called is dementia, and then less of the cognitive, etc. So need to bridging by industry, health industry, I think. hospitality, clinic, and etc.
Yeah.
Now, the regulation is if our facility, our crew facility, our staff facility is consists of the doctor and the nurse and the caregiver, but for the regulation, the doctor and the nurse must be in a medical institution, not in non-medical institution.
Okay.
Our concept is non-medical institution.
Okay.
Yeah, I think is the challenges.
Yeah. Okay.
And then for the payment, I think. Yeah, for the payment, just like Miss said
Professor
that
Karen.
we have, Miss Karen said that we need some financial system to support our care industry in Indonesia. Just like our financial problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Emir. Everybody, you can give. Well, thank you for the insight, on as part of the industry building the senior living in Indonesia. Maybe before another one that I would like to ask Ibu Atnika Nova, maybe if you have any opinions about the session today on the aging, just briefly give your insight. Thank you so much for coming. So Ibu Atnika is the coordinator for the subcommission of human rights from the Komnas HAM ya Bu ya. Silakan Ibu. Sorry ditodong langsung.
Kaget. Ya, terima kasih. Selamat sore Ibu Bapak sekalian untuk Departemen Kesejahteraan Sosial. Terima kasih diberi kesempatan bicara. Sebetulnya saya di sini untuk belajar karena salah satu konsep sustainable development itu kan lifelong learning. Jadi biarpun saya sudah hampir senior juga, saya ke sini untuk belajar karena Komnas HAM juga sedang Komisi Nasional Hak Asasi Manusia itu sedang melakukan satu kajian mengenai hak dari orang lanjut usia. Di dalam Undang-Undang Hak Asasi Manusia nomor 39 tahun 1999, lanjut usia adalah salah satu kelompok yang sudah diidentifikasi sebagai kelompok rentan, yang artinya berhak mendapatkan hak-hak khusus selain hak asasi manusia pada umumnya. Jadi tadi disebutkan juga di dalam sesi sebelumnya, selain lanjut usia itu anak, perempuan, orang dengan disabilitas, dan juga masyarakat hukum adat. Itu sudah disebutkan di dalam Undang-Undang Hak Asasi Manusia. Nah, akan tetapi kalau kita bandingkan dengan kelompok seperti anak, perempuan, disabilitas, memang untuk lanjut usia itu lebih sedikit berkembang, terutama di Indonesia. Tapi ini tidak mengherankan, karena di dunia internasional pun instrumen HAM yang secara spesifik mengatur mengenai lanjut usia itu belum ada. Jadi kalau ada konvensi hak anak, hak disabilitas, konvensi penghapusan diskriminasi terhadap perempuan, tapi untuk lanjut usia belum ada, tetapi sedang didorong agar lahir sebuah konvensi internasional untuk hak lanjut usia, yang di PBB itu juga sedang digodok ya, diperjuangkan agar itu dapat diadopsi di PBB. Nah, Komnas HAM dalam rangka juga mengikuti perkembangan dari instrumen HAM internasional, maka kami di tingkat nasional di Indonesia juga ingin mengembangkan diskursus mengenai konsep lanjut usia sebagai bagian dari hak asasi, bukan charity, bukan sekedar kebijakan sosial, tetapi dia merupakan kelompok yang dikenal dalam kelompok khusus di dalam diskursus hak asasi manusia. Itu salah satunya, dan kami sebetulnya juga menerima berbagai pengaduan yang sebetulnya terkait dengan konsep lansia. Misalnya kami banyak menerima pengaduan mengenai orang-orang pensiunan yang kemudian rumahnya diambil kembali oleh negara, atau sengketa-sengketa terkait hak pensiun ya. Tetapi selama ini kami masih luput melihat itu sebagai problem lanjut usia. Sorry, aku harusnya bahasa Inggris ya.
Nanti saya bisa.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hilly, sorry, I forgot that I have to speak in English. I'm very sorry. I get too excited and surprised when I was asked to give comment.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for speaking English when you can, because I can't speak
I'm very
Indonesian.
sorry, and also for Mr. Mori. The National Human Rights Commission of Indonesia is very grateful for being able to attend this fruitful discussion and to learn from all the speakers about, I think I like what Professor Bambang Shergi mentioned about democratizing care. Yeah. So if we talk about, actually in human rights term, the term is older person, it's not elderly. Older person's rights. There are many environment where older persons live. Yeah, we have middle class, we have rich people who are older person, but we have many more marginalized people, older person in Indonesia. Especially we have our geographic situation, archipelago, different social economic situation and conditions. So one of the biggest problems that Indonesia face is old poverty. So, but we have to, I personally agree that we have to make more options for older persons to access better living condition. Those who can pay for themselves should be able to get the best options of care that they can afford. But in human rights terminology and perspective, it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that different conditions of people should be able to access their rights as older persons. So I'm very grateful. Then we hope that this discussion about older persons' rights in Indonesia will continue in support of from the universities, philanthropies, business sectors, and of course from the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu. So I think it's very interesting that you mentioned that older person is the least developed, is not yet developed for the convention, the International Convention of Human Rights, which might be explained why in Indonesia we have the national strategy, but it is not reinforced. So it's just a policy. But as you mentioned, I think that we need to give all the best alternative if the elderly or the older person are able to get the best services that they could, and they could do that. But then there is a high responsibility as well from the government, yeah, to take part to take part of that responsibility. So thank you, Ibu. So now for the next session is for question from the audience. And for the question session, I think we also have about 3 to 5 questions. So if you, okay, one, anybody else that there will be a merchandise for those who are able to ask question. Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Oh ya, silakan Pak. Yes.
Singers and musicians for 30 years, yeah, Pak Bowie. I think he also can have something to share with us.
Silakan Pak.
Well, thank you very much indeed for this opportunity. I was shocked to the max. And hello to my fellow Australians, because I took a master's degree in Australia for Master of Arts, but my undergraduate degrees are from the social welfare. So my working thesis, working paper was how to build a welfare system for singers and songwriters due to, with the royalty system in Indonesia. So nowadays we have the disputes over chaotic in royalty systems, but it has been actually more than 30 years ago to this day. So what I'm working is about is how the royalty system can be a model for welfare situation, welfare program for the singer-songwriters and musicians, because the copyright law says that the royalty, the economic rights is extended pass beyond 70 years after their passing. So they can the heritage the heir can have still have a what is it can utilize the economical right. So this the royalty system and the elderly and actually it is also have a meaning of human rights as well for our society and looking at your presentations and from those panelists, I have this willing to work with now. Actually, nowadays I will work with the senior musicians or senior artists because the pension law in Indonesia is starting up 56 or 60 is a pension, but artists don't have any pensions because they still have working. Look at Paul McCartney; he's 83 when still rocking the stage. Yeah. And I don't want to respond, but thank you very much to Pak Bambang. He's also my guidance for my thesis. For what I'm trying to say is I can have this perspective point of view from the human rights and the policy effort to accommodate or to adapt it to my situation of this the arts work the artist or or the artist or economic creative for it. So thank you very much. Indeed.
Thank you, Pak. Ya,
I hope
terima
I can get
kasih.
your
Everybody.
merchandise
Iya.
today. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
Kita dapat satu, dapat lagi. Yeah, so thank you very much for the additional insight. I think it's very interesting ya Pak on the senior artist ya. We heard from the news about the copyrights of songs. So there's a dispute in Indonesia right now about the copyrights of songs by the Association of Artists, Singers. Yeah. Terima kasih Pak. Okay, so we can start with the first question. Please stand up, say your name and also where are you from and your question to whom?
Check. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hello, everyone. My name is Dani, and I'm from Aurelif. We are currently building a digital infrastructure specifically for elderly care. So my question is directed to all of the panelists here, and also Pak Emir, if you are willing to. So my question is related to AI. This question was inspired by Professor Haley material, basically. So you mentioned something about using AI for emotional support, for chatbots and everything. So I just want to understand from the other panelists, what kind of use case in AI that can be used for improving the elderly care in your own sector. For example, like if Morrison in your maybe like Japan-Indonesia relationship, or maybe from Prof. Bambang, maybe about academia side of things. Yeah, maybe like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mas Dani. Ada lagi? Is there any other who wants to ask question? Silakan. Udah sore sih ya. Ya silakan Ibu. Namanya ya, please state your name and where you from.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Siti Zawa Humaira. I'm from the Social Welfare Department, Magister student. And I would like to ask about lately in social media, especially TikTok, we expose about the financial freedom. So it's like a pensiun dini or early retirement when the young people tend to early retire and save their financial and saving properly. And I just want to ask for the panelists, is it a good sign about the elderly care, which the younger people is more aware about how their life in the future and how they prepare that? Is it a good sign about the financial freedom regardless to the elderly care that we discuss more about in this event? So thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe one more before we ask the panelists to provide response. Is there any other question from the audience? Temannya Mas Rajes ya. Okay, so before before we ask for another round of question, maybe we can get responses from all panelists of the two questions from Professor Bambang and Pak Maree and also Professor Karen. First on the AI, the AI in bridging, what kind of AI that can improve the elderly care in Indonesia from Pak Dani and also from Mbak Siti, the magister student. Yeah, there's been some movement that young people wants to retire early. For us, we want to keep on working until we die. Maybe. So, what do you think? What is your takes on that? And do you think it is a good sign, or is it like, yeah, or what? We would like to get your insight. Please, Pak.
All right. So, from my actually the presentations, and I mentioned about not only a high tech, but high touch also. So people needs to be more like a closer to the like a real person. So the AI, of course, can support for the maybe elderly cares, and maybe AI is still developing and maybe improving their like functions and many things, and they can help us. But now, especially in Japan, now all person love to touch more. So that's why it's not that generation, but like if I think for the like a 20, within 20 years, like for my age, I'm 20 and I'm 49 at the moment. So within 20 years, maybe I'll turn to be like nearly 70, right? So I can maybe accept the AI, and also then I need more like a technology things, and maybe not the people will help me. Maybe the AI or something robot can have like a very high technology to communicate with me with the AI technologies, and I can allow it, but not that generation at the moment in Japan, right?
Okay, thank you, Pak Maree. Pak Prof.
Yeah.
Bambang.
I just came back from trans-migrant community in Papua last week. Yeah, the problem with the older generation farmers, the earlier transmigration groups who were being sent during the early 30s, now already 65 more. The problem with them is that they do not have another generation to work on the farm, because their children have now become teachers, become government officials, become traders and everything else, except farmers. So now the technology has come with the offer of using AI and drones to plant seeds and give insecticides and also pupuk. Yeah, pupuk is for fertilizers. So now the new generation with less people having to cover a lot of areas with more efficiency. That's the only example that I know.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, thank you. Professor Karen, do you have any thought on the two questions asked earlier?
Okay, I didn't actually understand the second question, so could you just repeat it? I understood the first one.
Okay.
So what was the second one?
The second one is now there is, I think in the younger generation, there is a movement that they want to retire financial freedom. So they want to
yes.
get, they want to retire
Yeah.
early.
Yeah. Well, in Australia, just going to that, in Australia, that's not a dream of most young people. Australia has one of the highest housing costs in the world. And so most young people in Australia are finding it very hard to afford their own home. And that is a really big intergenerational problem in Australia. So it's not really, I don't think, I'd hardly ever hear it as a dream for a young person in Australia. And we also have a system in Australia, which Maree probably spoke to, called superannuation.
Yeah,
and it means that when you're in the workforce, there's this saving going in there. So people need to stay in the workforce long enough to buy a house. It can be their whole life it takes to buy the house, and then they have the superannuation, and then they have to pay these big nursing home fees. So it's not such a big dream in Australia.
Yeah. It is a good dream, but maybe
It's
it
a,
is
well, yes,
everybody
yeah,
dreams of retire early, but the reality might be a little bit
No.
difficult to be able to freely financially at a very young
Yes.
age these days.
Yeah. And I think I answered the AI question before. I think it's going to transform
Yes.
aged care. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you think that in the near future there's gonna be more heavy reliance on the technology and also the AI on the care?
It is already in service systems. There's
Yeah.
extensive use of AI to
Yeah.
look at service quality.
Okay.
But also I'm aware that older people are using AI as companions. Chat GPT, for example, is incredibly empathetic, and it demonstrates empathy, I should say. And I know through the aged care services I work with, older people who use that find it really reassuring, like having someone to communicate with. Though I do agree with one of the speakers' points about people also want touch, but I think it's going to transform. It is already transforming people's social connections. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the response from our speakers. Hopefully that give a little bit of additional insight and answer your question. So I have to read two question from online. So the first one I think is on feedback ya. Ibu Zakia, Mbak Zaki, I remember you. You are my sister's friend. So if you remember me. So Zakia is the principal of a school for the elderly in Sleman, Yogyakarta. Indonesia have a high elderly population, predominantly within the community. Therefore, the existence of elderly school, family development centers, and elderly integrated health post Yandu or Posbindu is highly appropriate if they are community-based. The problem is that the community-based cadres don't receive adequate supports from the central or regional government. Yet they are the front line and they have to learn on their own, and they have to volunteer and care for the elderly in the community. So if any of the speakers might share some wisdom on that, and what would be the potential solution for that? Yeah, at the moment that's kind of the challenges that we face. Very informal, yeah, for the caregiving system. Do you have any thought, or Prof. Bambang or Prof. Karen? No? Prof. Karen? Pak Mori? Or Prof. Karen?
It was like a statement. If you could say it as a question, I'm happy to comment.
No, it's there's a lot of community-based cadres, but they do not receive adequate support. Is that something that's also happened in Australia and maybe in Japan, or
in
most
Australia,
caregivers are well trained, or
no? As I mentioned, more than half of our workforce in aged care is overseas migrant workers.
Yes.
And a lot of Australian-born people do not want to work in this sector, and partly it's the stigma of aging, and it's partly it's often not as well paid as other areas of nursing or social work, and so it's this what I'd call a perfect storm of problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it also the issue in Japan, Pak Mori, about why there is a need for caregivers from outside Japan instead of from the Japan itself?
That's exactly true. So actually the young generation in Japan doesn't want to be a caregiver at the moment, right? They don't want to do caregiving things. So that's why then we decided to hire from the other countries, and of course including Indonesia. So and other almost all they're coming from the Asian, Southeast Asia, like from Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia, right? And especially for in a rural area of Japan, right, have like a severe issues, and they have there is like a reality that where elderly people are like caring for the other elderly people. Right? That's like a big issues, right? So although that like a local government are making efforts to establish like a caregiving facilities in the rural areas and making like a communities, but the issue is we cannot hire the people, right? Right.
Yeah, so there's also a similar issue in Japan. So thank you for the insight. And the last one, I have one more question from Dea Nazmi is for any speakers who would like to answer. In your view, what distinguish social workers or social welfare graduates specialized in gerontology from those in other specialty? What specific training, skills, or competency do they need to have to effectively support older adults and their family? Professor Karen, do you want
Yes,
to give?
yes. I'd like to say a few things about this. I think social work needs, as a field, we need to do a lot more on human development at the end of life or later life. We do so much about stages up till, early adulthood. And then it's like the rest is sort of just one thing happening. But there are lots of stages within later life. And I think we need a lot more research on understanding human development in this stage of life. So there's that. I think communication with people experiencing, for example, cognitive difficulties is extremely important. I think working with families, how to engage families in family meetings, managing situations of abuse of power, and then obviously advocacy as well. So these are the sorts of things that I think our profession could really make a big contribution to, but it's still at the very early stages, I think.
Professor Karen, do we still have time or we still have time?
I just answered the question. People heard me, didn't they? Yep.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Professor Karen.
Thank you.
Do you
Thank
have,
you.
Professor Bambang?
I think Indonesian are good in making engagement activities. They are always inviteful, getting people engaged in events, in multiple events that are carried out. Secondly, also in ensuring access to services, education or health services. This can also be something that social workers might be able to organize better, mobility and access. But one that has not been able to equip ourselves within social workers is for mental issues, loss, grievances. Not much has been done as part of the curriculum to really equip our social workers to deal with psycho and personal feelings. Yeah, I hope that this can also be.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Pak Mori, do you think that the current caregiver professional by the Japanese standards, do you think that they already have all the skills that they need, or if there is still areas to improve, what would be the areas for that?
Actually, for Japan, from the Indonesian side to Japan, the like a student or workers for the caregivers have already have like the cultural, how to say it, like understanding ability or something like that. Very, very close between the Indonesia and Japan, right? So only Japanese, the language, can get like ability, new ability for the Indonesian persons, and they're very familiar to install to the Japan society. So that's a special things for the Indonesians. So they don't need to like learn the special matters, right?
Thank you so much, Professor Karen, Professor Bambang, and Morrison. Do we have, we can have one or two more questions? Yeah, Ibu, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to give a question. So the first one, maybe I would like to share about the elderly policy in Indonesia. So we have atensi, we call it attention rehabilitation, atensi. So basically the service family care, and then community care, and institutional care or residential care. So my question is for Prof. Karen. You have a community care. Can you share about the policy about community care in Australia, please?
Yes.
And then and the second one for Pak Mori, you said one of the style for Indonesia is day services. In your slide, can you explain what the the day services that you mean, because that is the style appropriate for Indonesia? I think that's all. Thank you. Rahma.
Bu Nama.
Yeah.
Yeah, terima kasih. Thank you, Ibu, for the question. Professor Karen, do you want to
Okay.
give
Yeah,
your
it's sure. So in Australia, there are in the community that there is a strong emphasis on keeping people in their community. So that's the priority of the whole health and human services system. So there are two levels of support. One is it's general home care packages where people can get, anyone can apply, and they can generally get a low level of support. They would just say, I'm over 65 years of age, I would like some home help to keep me at home. If the service has capacity, it will just provide that. So a lot of charities will give these home care packages to older people. They're just eligible by virtue of being older, and there'd be a means test. So they might have to make a financial contribution, but they don't particularly have to demonstrate frailty. There's another level where there's a much higher level of support, and it's called the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and it's got care packages of different levels, from quite basic support through to virtually having visitors every day, like nursing care, allied health care, and so forth. So so that's how that operates, and it's considered to be still much more financially more viable than not providing care. If you don't provide care, people end up really unwell, they end up in hospital, and that costs a lot of money, and they also want to keep people out of residential care. So we've got close to 1 million people receiving those community-based care packages in Australia, and it's a big emphasis, and most people then live their whole lives at home and in their community. So it's a whole workforce. It's a very big part of the workforce in the non-government sector. Yep.
Thank you, Professor Karen. Pak Mori, do you want to add another question?
I think maybe I explained about like a Japanese omotenashi. It's like a Japanese style of the warm hospitality, right? This is very hard to explain that, but omotenashi means that like a more than good services. Like it combines a sincerity and attention to detail and respect, right? So like a combined things, combined meanings. So the spirit is a non-transactional one. So what is the omotenashi is what exactly you are doing right now. it is omotenashi, like respect for the like a families, respect for the peoples, and communicating. It's not like a long distance from other peoples, right? So those things are like a Japanese style. It's exactly the same as Indonesian's one.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause for Pak Mori, Professor Bamba, Professor Karen. So I think that we have a very insightful session, yeah, for the second session that sort of bridging perspective and insight from academics, from policy side, and also from the industry, and also from practitioner, and it helps to complement each other. I think that building the care ecosystem in Indonesia, it needs strong collaboration and partnership. So, and also learning from the already aged countries such as in Japan or in Australia, I think it's very useful for Indonesia to learn, because we will be aging in 20 and 25 years. So thank you so much for your time, and it's been wonderful to have all of the presenters today, and thank you for all the questions and also insight from all the audience. Let's give a big round of applause for all of us. Thank you. Selamat datang Pak Sekretaris Menteri. So we would like to welcome the Secretary to the Ministry of Population and Family Development of Indonesia. Terima kasih banyak Pak atas kehadirannya. Kami baru selesai dengan sesi kedua. Nanti kami kembalikan kepada teman-teman ya, untuk teman-teman panitia untuk kegiatan keynote dari Pak Assessment. Terima kasih. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Karen. We'll see you again hopefully soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much once again for the speakers and moderators for this valuable session. But apologize, please do not leave the stage yet, because before we close, we would once again like to present plaques as tokens of appreciation to our speakers. And for the Professor Healy, if you wouldn't mind, we would later on hand the plaques later when we have the chance to visit your country. So may I invite Dr. Sari Fisyawati Madum to the stage to present the plaques, and we kindly ask all the panelists and moderator to stand at the front to receive their plaques and join for a photo group together. Thank you. Oh, so please, for all the panelists, you can come forward to take a group photo together. For Professor Karen, would you mind to open your camera? Oh, okay. Okay, then. All right. Thank you so much once again. What a wonderful session. But before we close today's event, it is our honor to invite Professor Dr. Budi Setiyono, S.Sos M.Pol Admin Ph.D., as the Secretary of the Ministry of Population and Family Development to deliver the final keynote and closing remarks. Professor Budi, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good evening and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, especially Pak Rudi and also colleagues from University of Indonesia and also from other universities, we learned that there are a number of invited speakers for today's conference, so that it is highly appreciated that I have been invited to join with this session and also give some remarks regarding the issues that very crucial we are now currently facing with the issue of aging population. As today we learn critical issues that affects not only our country, Indonesia, but also the world regarding the aging population trend. We also learn from Japan that currently Japan is also having much trouble, I think, because of the aging population issues. So that probably the same issue also will face by our beloved country, Indonesia. According to the United Nations, the number of elderly people in the world currently is expected to increase from 962 million in 2017 to 2.1 billion in 2050. This demographic shift poses significant challenges for societies, economies, and also individuals for the people around the world. In Indonesia, we are also experiencing this demographic shift, so that I'm very happy to hear that you in University of Indonesia giving a lot of attention and also having some good programs that aims to deal with the problem, and also we hope that the contribution from the university, especially from the University of Indonesia, will give many benefits to the government in order to face with the problems that currently we are facing with. As a country, we need to prepare ourselves to face the challenges and also opportunities that come with an aging population. And to do this, we can learn from the experiences of other countries that have already faced similar challenges, especially probably today's conference. We invited speakers from Japan and also from New Zealand and Australia, I think, Queensland from Australia. So that's probably we can learn something how these countries deal with the aging population program. At the same time, we also can have some learn from other countries such as Germany and also other industrialized countries in addressing aging population issues. Japan, we know, has the highest proportion of elderly people in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong. Professor, the speaker from Japan, I'm sorry. Pak Mori. So correct me if I'm wrong. So Japan currently facing with the highest proportion of elderly people in the world, with around 28.4% of its population aged more than 55 older. Yeah, is that correct? 65. Yeah. Yeah. On Germany, on the other hand, the government also has a comprehensive pension system and has developed policies to promote productivity among elderly workers. So the same, I think we can learn from this both countries. So what can we learn from Japan and Germany? First, we need to improve our healthcare and long-term care system for elderly people.
in Japan, for example, I think already mentioned by Pak Mori, the government has implemented the long-term care insurance system that provides financial support for older people who need care. On the other hand, our country has not having quite similar policy, so that we have to promote quite similar policy what Japan already done. In Germany, the government has introduced a range of measures to promote healthy aging, including health promotion programs and also disease prevention initiatives. Second, we need to promote productivity among older workers. In Japan, for example, many older workers continue to work beyond the age of 65, and the government has introduced policies to support this trend. In Germany, the government has introduced programs to promote also lifelong learning and upskilling among older workers. And third, we need to develop technology and innovation to support older people. In Japan, for example, there are many startups and companies that develop technology to support older people, such as robots and also artificial intelligence, that probably you already learned from Mori. And in Germany, the government has invested the research and development programs to promote innovation in the field of aging. Fourth, we need to raise awareness and promote participation among older people. In Japan, for example, many older people are actively engaged in volunteer work and also community activities. Similarly, in Indonesia, we currently also setting a program called Sidaya, meaning the Lansia Berdaya in our ministry, to promote the awareness and also participation of older people in their society, so that they will not be lonely during their elderly life, but they still be recognized and respected by people because of the participation and contribution to the society on voluntary work activities. In Germany, the government has introduced programs to promote intergenerational generational dialogue and also exchange. Currently, also we do the same in Indonesia, that we organize the elderly and also having some engaging activities with the youth. For example, in dealing with minor issues in their surrounding environment or neighboring environment, to deal with, for example, the problem of garbage collection, also giving or feeding the babies to prevent stunting problem in their surrounding area, so that the elderly still can work with the youth generation in order to keep with the common problem of the society. So what are the implementation for Indonesia? We can learn from the experiences of Japan and Germany and also other countries in developing our own policies to address the challenges of aging population. We need to improve our healthcare and also long-term care systems, promote productivity among older workers, develop technology and also innovation to support the elderly people, and raise awareness and promote participation among older people. This is not something that all the people or society in our country are aware with, so that the contribution and support from the university and also from academic community in order to increase the awareness of the people, community in general, and government in special, so that issues of policy in addressing the older people can be implemented in Indonesia. Based on these lessons, I would like to recommend some of the following policies for Indonesia. First is that we need to improve healthcare and also long-term care system for older people. Currently, we work very closely with the Ministry of Health in order to provide, for example, general checkup for elderly, so that every single elderly regularly they can go to health provision institution like Puskesmas to have free general checkup so that they can be monitored the health situation of the elderly. Second, we need to promote activity among older workers to lifelong learning and also upskilling programs. Currently in Indonesia, we also setting some of training. The main trend for the elderly in Indonesia, we provide sekolah lansia, so that we also work with several universities in several regions and also cities to provide 3 steps of elder schooling system so that the older generation can learn how to cope with daily problems that usually have to be faced by elderly people, such as issues of sickness, issues of lonely psychological life, and also making connection with society in general. So that currently there are already probably thousands of older people who currently being trained. And among others of the curriculum in the training, including also about the learning skill in making the older can be still productive in their age, so that they can contribute to the economical contribution to the family. But in some cases also they can still contribute to the community in general in terms of more formal economic contribution, like handling companies or also even startup. Third, we need to develop technology and innovation to support elderly people, such as assistive devices and age-friendly infrastructure. This is not something that we have not been very engaged with, meaning that only few policies and also initiative being taken by the government at national and also local level. Because of probably not only because of the lack of the awareness, but also limitation of the budget that currently being faced by the government. So that this is also need to be promoted very frequently, so that all stakeholders, including government officials at national and also local level, can understand and also have willingness to cope or to provide support for developing technology and also innovation in supporting elderly people. And the last one, raise awareness and promote participation among older people to intergenerational dialogues and also exchange programs, so that probably we need to promote engagement activities between the youth and also the older in every aspect of activities, including probably student activities, so that in every single student activities we can promote some of the attendance from elderly, not only to invite them as the guests so that they can involve in the program, but also we can learn from the elderly about the experiences that they have during the age when they're still young, so that the youngest generation, the younger generation will not repeat the mistake of the senior in dealing with their problematical life. By learning from the experiences of industrialist countries such as Japan and also Germany, we can develop effective and also efficient policies to address the challenges of aging population in Indonesia. And we now learning very much. Actually, we are currently also supported by Pak Rudi in developing the way of our government faced with the bonus demographic population. Currently, we are having much opportunity because of the demographic bonus. But at the same time, we also have to face with the problem of aging population sooner. Soon after the period of demographic bonus ended in 2045, I think. So that if we not prepare from now, I think our country will turn into very problematical situation. The more the quantity of the elderly, more percentage of the elderly, the more subsidy have to be provided by society and also financially by the government. And this will give much tension to the allocation of the government budget, so that this is the correct time for us to think about that possible situation in after the event of the end of demographic bonus occur in Indonesia, so that we can learn from experiences from Japan and also Germany and also other countries like Australia, so that we have a better preparation. We may not leave our elderly become someone who faced with lonely situation and lonely death during their the end of their life. But in Indonesia, we have so much opportunity to make preparation. So we organize in very small level of society, so that every single elderly people can engage with the group of the member of the society of elderly, so that they can care to each other. Someone who getting sick, for example, can be taken care of other elderly, so that they can give some support and also some of the protection, so that the elderly will not be lonely in their elderly life. In conclusion, aging population is a critical issue that requires a comprehensive and also integrated approach. By learning from experiences of other countries such as Japan, Germany, Australia, and other countries, we can develop policies that promote healthy aging productivity and participation among older people. And let us work together to create a society that values and supports older people and that promotes a high quality of life for all our community and our people. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Budi, for those thoughtful and inspiring remarks. But before we proceed, we would like to give a token of appreciation. So may I invite Dr. Sari Fisyawati Mahdum and Professor Budi to the stage to receive the plaques.
One question, please. Okay. If possible, the time is still available.
For Bu Indri, you can turn on your camera and turn your microphone on.
Hi, Professor. It was a lovely and very inspiring. And it's kind of eye-opener for me as well. As an Indonesian, I always think that being an elder in Indonesia is kind of difficult to live because most of the time we don't really have the right infrastructure to live in Indonesia as an elder. So my one question from me will be, what is the coordination in the government in terms of preparing the right infrastructure for elders to live to have a quality life in Indonesia, because at the moment I'm at Jalan Casablanca, and the pedestrian walk, I mean, it has lots of holes, and I don't think it's elders friendly. So may I have some kind of insights just to see what my future would be like, so whether if I can still
Right.
walk around freely and something like that. Thank you very much, Professor. It was really very, very a really good speech from your end. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Indri. It is an honor for me to know you and also receiving your question regarding the issue. Currently, for your information, our ministry still work with various agencies dealing with the issue of elderly. We have been assigned by the government. Basically, probably you know that our ministry currently is have a transformation from institutional framework from Badan BKKBN into Ministry of Population. So that one of the issue that we need to address is regarding the aging population and also demographic bonus, so that in that sense we make some regular coordination with Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Issues, and other ministries to deal with the issue that the example that you already mentioned regarding not only the infrastructure that friendly to the elderly, but also the social protection system. So currently, for example, in Indonesia, there are only about 5% of the elderly having pension scheme system. Yeah, only 5%. So meaning that 95% of our elderly actually have to rely on their children or relative in coping with daily life. For example, only for having food, for example, or having residential facilities, they have to rely on other people, not by self capacity. It's because of simply there is no pension system. So that currently we work with the BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. We work also with all local governments from kabupaten, also province, making, we call it as peta jalan pembangunan kependudukan, the roadmap of the population policy, so that in that roadmap we encourage all government agencies from central to local government to making more pro-friendly policies to the elderly, including providing a pension scheme for the elderly. So currently we provide policy paper to the President, mentioning that if we want to achieve the Indonesia Emas in 2045, then one of the indicators is that if the elderly having all the elderly having the pension scheme, so that they will not be dependent person who will have to rely on the support from the children, so that the children can having free economically more economic freedom, so that they will not be sandwich generation anymore. So that one issue that currently we work with. But the provision of infrastructure that friendly to the elderly, we also work closely with other agencies and ministries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
All right, thank you very much. That wraps up our session today. But before we officially close, we would like to capture this special moment together. We kindly invite all speakers, moderators, and participants to stand up for a group photo. Okay, you may all come forward, come up front to the stage, so we can have a nice picture with the nice background. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that officially concludes our international seminar. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speaker, our moderators, and of course, our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights today. A big thank you also goes to all of you, our participants, for your enthusiasm and active participations. Let us also express to everyone behind the scenes, the organizing team, volunteers, and partners for making today's event possible. May today's discussion inspire us to continue working together in building sustainable solutions for elderly care. With that, I officially close today's talk show. For those of you who still wants to stay, there are still snacks and some coffee outside. You can have some networking session here. Thank you. Have a safe journey home and see you at our future events. Thank you so much.